Hello and welcome. As I quickly check if my settings are working, because just now my mic wasn't. Okay, hello and welcome to Sea Duckling Open number 125. As a reminder, this is a replay cast. This tournament has happened almost 2 weeks ago now, but we were not able to cast, unfortunately. But we are here now and we will take a look at those replays that we got from the tournament. So again, since this is a replay cast, there may be spoilers on the bracket. There is a bracket command in case you do want to see it, but please no spoilers in the chat. As I have also not seen the results, so I have no idea what's gonna happen. For those who don't know what this tournament is, normally this tournament is on Saturdays. We have a monthly tournament for Diamond and below, for all the players that are ranked in Diamond or in Platinum or in Gold and so on. And yeah, this tournament happens once a month, but we also have a second amateur tournament that's also happening once a month, Master Swan Open. That is happening this Saturday. And that one is up to Masters, up to 4.7k MMR. So still the Diamond players can sign up for it. So technically, Diamond players have 2 amateur tournaments a month. Technically. But the one that's dedicated to them is this one. It's Sea Duckling Open. As I said, this tournament, the 125th has already happened, but we have not casted it, so we will do so now. And first up, we have to refresh casting too, because clearly something is not working. Hold on. Everything is fine, don't worry about it. There you go. First up, we will be starting from quarterfinals, just to, to not make the cast super long, but we will be casting all of the quarterfinals that I have anyway. We have 3 quarterfinals. I don't know what happened to the 4th, because again, I cannot really see the bracket. But we do have 3 quarterfinals. And we will be starting with Captainfisch, someone who has been playing a lot of our tournaments lately, versus Chanz. Chanz, I believe, is the person who has donated to one of these tournaments just a few weeks ago, and it was a pretty big donation as well, so it's interesting to now see Chanz also taking part in this tournament, and yeah, really cool to see, and I'm curious to see them play. So without further ado, let us get into game number 1. Game number 1 will be happening on Crimson Court, LE. Also, I guess we'll get to that. So welcome to Crimson Court, as we are looking at the base of the first of our players, the Red Terran from Germany. It is Captainfisch. So this fanfare is way too loud for me. Oh boy. Oh, time to adjust some settings. Everything is fine. I haven't casted for so long. And across the map we have our blue Zerg player, representing Team OJKO. I do not know what that clan is, so if anyone in the chat knows it, do let me know. But it is our Zerg player, Chanz. There you go. And what you just saw tells me that I was playing the game. Fixed. Okay, so let us get into the game. We have a hatch first, which versus Terran is not the most common thing. Neither of our players is going to cheesy. We have the racks on the high ground, possibly into expand, I assume. Does your name refer to Japanese calligraphy? Is there another sensitivity that we need? My name specifically, my username refers to an anime. That's all I will say right now, because yeah, it's basically like it's a name made up by my friend group, way back in the past, like several years ago. Hold on. It's like, hold on, it's like 13 years ago. Oh my god. But yeah, basically like it was it's a reference to an anime, but like the name itself is like the rank that is represented. It doesn't actually exist there. We just made it up. It is not Naruto, no. I will tell you that. And anyway, we have the Reaper coming in. And Captainfisch sees that those minerals are being mined here, the gold minerals. As we have a bit of a dance between the Lynx and the Reaper, but yeah, clearly Chanz is looking to expand into this third base at the top. But the Reaper actually bounces the Queen towards us, but it's not far enough. Good anime. Yeah, we have to see what the two of our players go for, because for now we are just, you know, macroing up. The Zerg is getting a third base, we are getting wing speed, we are pulling out of gas, but we still keep one in, so you know, I assume some banelings may be coming, but like, you know, nothing too committed. The Terran is actually going for the third CC before Starport, I believe. Yeah, Starport has only been thrown down, so also going for the more economical approach. So I guess both of our players will just, you know, macro up and see who gets there first. Yeah, we do have our beautiful logo on the map now. This has been fixed. Yeah, there's that Baneling nest. You know, it's always good to have versus a Terran. And ooh, the choice of Captainfisch is a Banshee, a Cloak Banshee at that. Pretty sure that Overlord must have seen it. I don't know if it's still researching actually. Meanwhile, the Hellions are trying to see if they can poke around, maybe get something done, maybe some creep at least, yeah. Things have Kacpeross is always nice. Oh, as the Lynx actually managed to wrap around some of the Hellions and they do trap them, so really nice catch there for Chanz. The rest of the Hellions as well. Really nicely done, and the Hellions are dealt with, just like that. We do have spores, so the Banshees shouldn't be too much of a problem, but I don't know if spores alone are able to get the things done. Oh, but the Zerglings actually slip right into the natural. The wall was not yet finished, and 2 SCVs is not the worst. I don't think they got a mule. This could definitely be much worse, but yeah, that hole in the wall definitely cost a bit for Captainfisch. But that also gave Chanz some time to get another base. So we see Chanz doing this. Oh, the Overseer is coming in. Once again, still not seeing the Banshees, and the first Banshee is already on the way. Flying by. Again, we do have spores. Oh, sorry, this is the second Banshee. My bad, I didn't even notice the first one. The Crimson Court is not ideal for red units. But yeah, the first Banshee just gets instantly denied by all the queens. The second Banshee is waiting for his moment, but the queens are still here. Again, we have Overseers, we have the spores, so I don't think you can really get into the base with these Banshees. Not right now, I should say, because I feel like the Banshees will do really good if you can distract Chanz and, like, you know, just get an opportunity that way. But for as long as Chanz is paying attention to his base, or their base, I think that's, yeah, I think that's pretty well protected. Like, the Queens have now moved to the front to defend from the Hellions. So now maybe it would be an opportunity to get in, but I mean, even then, like, this Overlord here is spotting the Banshee, so it's, yeah, it's just in vision of Chanz all the time. Very nicely done. This is something that many players, like you know, like lower ranked players often forget about, is just vision. Like, the more vision you have, like even like parking an Overlord here so you can see if the Banshee is sneaking around, like that can just save you so much because you're constantly aware of the movement of the army of your opponent. And it looks like we are getting ready for a move out. Combat shield is about to be done. +1 is about to be done. And yeah, it's time to roll. We do have the Lingbane ready. And Hydras are currently in production. We're getting the first Hydras done. Hive is also on the way. So Chanz is taking up. And this army, I mean, honestly, it's not that big. I mean, all depends how Captainfisch positions this. We'll see. Oh, the Queens are actually going forward. That's a very interesting choice. But it looks like they're just here to spread some creep, as Chanz now has half of them up. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, Captainfisch is opening the pub, so he can now access from the other side as well. These orcs are still not finished. Yeah, Chanz will now focus them down because the mobility for the Zerg is very important. Yeah, look at it. Oh, look at how many Zerglings there are. Oh, the tank is on siege, and now the Zerglings roll in. But without any Banelings to support, the Banelings only just popped out. At the same time, this is now where the Banshee comes in, but oh, unfortunately it doesn't get even a single drone and does go down. I think it was fighting the Queen maybe for a little bit. And yeah, unfortunately it just doesn't pay off for Captainfisch. He does manage to take this rich gas base though, during all that commotion. So I guess small victories, but yeah, he definitely expected more from that. We do have a bigger army prepared now though. We do have a few tanks. How many tanks do we have right now? We have 5 tanks. And on the side of Chanz, we're getting Vipers. We're not getting Lurkers yet. We're actually going Ultras. Okay, that is definitely a choice. That reminds me a bit some of the builds I used to do in the past. And I mean, I can kind of still do because I don't know anything else. When the Lingbane now meets the army, there are not that many Banelings, but the Zerglings are on the front and they will be pouring in. Nice surround, and finally Banelings get to the Bio army, but most of them are still between the tanks. The tanks kind of acted like the wall for the Marines, which is not ideal, but it did like minimize the impact of the Lingbane rolling in. The Banelings are now being remade. The Marine army is moving forward. The steam is quite dangerous and the Zerglings can't deal with it alone. But now the Banelings pop out and yeah, Captainfisch has to evacuate. Some of the medivacs are getting parasitic bombs, so they will be going down most likely. Bio has to be unloaded and most of it dies to Baneling, but not all of it. And now the Marines can try to defend this base. Just barely the planetary forces survives. Some clutch repairs there. Now we have another wave of marines coming in. The bannings have to be remade once again, and they're not quite ready, but I don't think Captainfisch has quite the force right now to push in, so we have the time. Once again, the marines are hiding behind the tanks, so they're not dealt with by the bannings, but the tank does go down, and now just the marines alone. I don't know if they can overpower this. Maybe they can. There's still 2 tanks on the back. Yeah, the Zerg units are pouring in, which is not ideal. The Vipers are going down. That's very painful for Chanz. And yeah, we just don't have the army. We're still waiting for more army to pop out, but we have to be careful about how we control this. These 2 tanks are definitely saving this entire push for Captainfisch. And the marines are just moving forward. The bannings will not finish. Yeah, I don't think we have the production for it. I mean, more Zerglings are popping out, but they just get sniped right from the hatchery, and Captainfisch will be taking game number 1. GG to Captainfisch. I mean, Chanz was looking good for a long time, but I feel like I almost want to say that he gave Terran too much time in this case. Like, usually that applies to the Zerg, where you don't give Zerg too much time, but like this time it was the Terran who was just building up the force. Like, sure, the first push might have not worked out. Like, sure, the Banshees might have not gotten damage, but back in the base, Captainfisch was preparing that big army that eventually won him the game. And yeah, Man with Gun is pretty good. And so are the tanks, I guess. So with that, let's go into game number 2. And we are now on Site Delta. Ellie. There you go. And we are looking at the top left base where we have our red Terran from Germany. It is Captainfisch. And across the map we have their opponent. It is the blue Zerg player from OJKO. It is the Zerg, Chanz. Quickly check actually. Where is Chanz from? Chanz is from Australia. There you go. So we have another Australian player there. Oh, what is this SCV doing here? Looks like we are actually going tricky this time. Once again, Chanz opening with a hatch first, so may not quite be prepared for what's coming, but what is coming? It is a Rax. We have 1 Rax at home, so I guess this is just one of those barracks where you just like make a Reaper, so it's closer to the opponent, I guess. Yeah, I'm not quite sure about what the plan is. Double gas as well. I guess it has to be Reaper, right? Yeah, like it's 2 Rax Reaper, but with 1 Rax at home, apparently. I mean, we have seen that being used before. It's not like it's a completely new build, but yeah, interesting choice there from Captainfisch. The Overlord is only now slowly about to reach the base, so Chanz has no way of knowing this. The 3rd base will be denied. The drone is trying to hide there behind the base, but the SCV will be standing guard on the third base, so no first there. I mean, arguably maybe that's for the better, because if the Reapers are coming, you probably don't have the time for the third anyway, but hey. We have 2 Reapers showing up, 1 more is on the way, but we also have the natural base coming, so it's not like it's like super dedicated proxy or something, like, well, this is just a constant harassment force from Captainfisch. And as we look at this game, a quick shout out to Ash Sherry with 18 months to your subscription. Thank you very much. It's nice to see you here. What league is this round? I'll be honest, I do not know. You have to ping Light. Because Light is the admin for this tournament. So he is the one keeping all the tabs on all the players. And yeah, I do not actually know. Ooh, 2 of the Reapers are going down. Bit unfortunate, but the Queens now are in a bit of a danger. But yeah, I don't think 3 Reapers can focus like one versus 1 on Queens and Reapers. I don't think ends well for the Reapers, you know. We have a lot of Zerglings as well. Oh, that's a nice little position there from Captainfisch, but I don't think the Reapers can quite cut it. The axe is now slowly floating back to the base. So once again we have that third CC before starboard, so yeah, that's the end of the aggression from Captainfisch for the time being. The Overlord will scout this as well. So don't mind me, just checking something off the map for a project. You may see one day. We have a 4th base for the Zerg, while the Terran is building up. Once again, we are going for that marine tank composition. Steam is already on the way. Getting more racks as well, so yeah, I assume we will see something similar to last game in the sense of, you know, that marine tank push. I will see. What are we getting? We're getting a reactor, so I don't think we're getting Banshees this time. Although that can still change. You know, I mean, Banshees were for harassment last time, and this time the task was the Reapers, so I don't think we need the Banshees. I mean, they didn't do too much damage last time anyway, because Chanz is very much prepared for that. He is getting spores in every base. He is getting overseers, so, you know, probably not the best choice. And Captainfisch does acknowledge that. Captainfisch is scanning the base, so he's aware that the lair is already there. And it looks like we will have a single medivac drop with all marines. There is no combat shield yet, which is an important thing to point out. Steam pack has just completed, but that's about it. Meanwhile, it looks like it's that time in the Zerg macro where Chanz is starting to focus on his units more so than on the workers, although we do have quite a few drones as well. And it looks like that 4th base will be the first target for attack. It's the less set up, at least. But the Zerglings are there to defend it nonetheless, and the Marines are forced to pick up. Yeah, it looks like once again Chanz is going for a similar composition. Once again, getting that Hydra. Then looks to be their go to build in CVT. I do wonder if we once again see Hydra. I mean, Ultralis as well. Oh, Queen, where are you going? Wait. Queen, where are you going? Queens? No, more queens are going. Oh boy. All the queens. They all had to check this very specific spot, okay? You have to make sure it's fine. As the push from the Terran is coming, we have 3 tanks. We are about to have combat shield as well. The combat shield is just finishing. We are about to have +1/+1. Yeah, we're starting with some creep clearing. There are the first Hydras already out. We have some banelings, but some are still morphing. A small squad of the Marines will try to clear up the way. Chanz does not waste banelings on those, but there's so much more army coming and we don't have that many banelings. Now they're coming. Ooh, the tanks are there to defend. The line is perfectly set up. In the bushes as well, so it's not visible. Very nice setup there for Captainfisch. And yeah, I mean, the banelings were definitely crucial for Chanz last game, and this time he doesn't have all that many, but now we're starting to get more, and we're getting infestors too. Last time it was Vipers, this time we're getting infestors. That's straight banning there. So the infestors may be very interesting in this case. Important to note, it doesn't look like Captainfisch is reinforcing this. Like there is another squad, another army back in the base, but it's not joining this one. Yeah, it looks like Captainfisch is changing the attack path. Most of the army goes here on the north of the map. Some of it goes home. And it looks like it will be... I mean, I won't call it a base trade yet, but it looks like we have a link run by going across the map instead of landing. And this link run by will be very effective. We got the tank, we got some SCVs, and the Marines are actually not enough to clean this up. Meanwhile, the main army of the Zerg was able to fend off that drop. And with some losses as well. Chanz is really starting to snowball here. Yeah, Fangos. Let's see those Fangos. As Chanz is just dealing easily with that Marine army. There were no tanks here to support. Now they're dropping by from the Medivacs, but the Hydras are there to deal with them. And yeah, Chanz just found the chance, I guess. And he's taking it. That once again the tanks are surrounded. GG is called, and we will be tying this up 1-1. Yeah, very nicely done there for Chanz. For a moment, I was a bit afraid as the Terran army was moving out, and you know the banelings were still morphing in. There wasn't a lot of them. They were kind of stuck behind, and you know the Hydras were also like not that numerous. But yeah, it turns out that it was just enough time for Chanz to build up the army, even though they lost a lot to the line of tanks. Like, still was just enough. And with that, we do have a tied up score, and this final map will decide who will be going to the semifinals. And welcome to... oh no. Alcione? Alcione? Al Capone? Yes. As we are looking in the top right corner where we have our red Terran player representing himself, it's Captainfisch. And across the map we have their opponent. It is the blue Zerg player from JKO. It's Chanz. And I guess we will be having more standard game this time. I mean, no SCVs coming out. Once again, Chanz is going for the touch first, so I expect the same build from Chanz versus Terran. Like, you know, it's often the case where players have like their go-to builds for the matchup. Nobody saw that. It's okay. Nobody has seen anything. Okay. Nobody has seen. Yeah, once again. Hatchgas pull from our Zerg player. Reaper expand, I assume, from our turn. Expand on the low ground as well. Which is important to point out. Attack. Look at it. So ducky. Captainfisch has also confirmed that there is in fact a natural, and will be now blocking that third base on the front. The Reaper is now out, moving curse them up. And yeah, Chanz decides to take this linear third instead. As usual, we have these 4 links to play a bit with the Reaper. Getting interesting spots there, but one of the links does go down. Chanz have like trying some fancy micro, but it's not quite enough to get the Reaper, but it did get very low. Once again, Captainfisch going for that CC before starboard. So again, looks like it's also the go-to build there. I mean, we have seen different variations of the Terran build in this matchup, but in the end, it always is that CC before starboard. The Reaper is still around, still poking around at the links. Yeah, it looks like once again we will have one of those games where, you know, our players just build up their armies, build up their economy, and then attack once the army is ready. The Overlord should be able to see that CC as well. One of the Cryptomors actually goes down to that Reaper with the Hellions, but the Hellions are also getting quite low. Painlink Nest is now on the way. Yeah, Chanz managed to rotate their queens to the other side, but the Hellions go in regardless, and few of the drones will be going down. The Zergis also cannot really get a good surround, but now they may have to, getting 1 Hellion, 2 Hellions, and the rest of them are very low, so they are sniped as well, and the entire Terran harassment force is dealt with. And see, we have 3 games and 3 different openings. This time, we're starting with Viking into a Liberator, so different opening for Captainfisch every time. The links get into the natural and get another Hellion as well. No workers though, just the Hellions. Yeah, that Viking will be very annoying for Chanz because that means the overlords on the map are in danger. So you have the choice of constantly having to remake the supply because the overlords are going down, or just, you know, not having the vision on the map until you manage to get your creep there. But if you do, I mean, Terran is pretty good usually at stopping that from happening. Once again, we have more Hellions going across the map as a bit of a distraction for the Liberator. I wonder which of the bases will be sieged by the League. Ooh, and we got, yeah, one of the Hellions is down. The other two Hellions are getting low and are being chased by the Zerglings, so yeah, that is being dealt with. Now the Liberator is coming into the main base. There is a Spore there, but it's not in position. The Queen does spot it though. Oh, but the Queen is in range. Yeah, Chanz was not paying attention to this, and the Liberator does take the Queen down. As the Viking is once again dealing with the Overlords. Chanz has more than enough, so shouldn't run into any problems. That looks so funny, but I understand. It's just so you don't accidentally F2 your Liberator. And yeah, I guess the harassment is done for now, but again, because the Liberator survived, it's just a threat that's just gonna be there on the back of the mind of Chanz. And that will make him more careful to attack, more careful to move out. And this time we have a double drop from Captainfisch. Now going across the map. We still have the Viking parked over here. The Liberator is still hiding. And we will be getting those medivacs from the same side, it looks like. Marines are now trying to get something done here from going from the ground, but there's a lot of Zerglings here, and they actually, most of them go down. They were not able to deal with the Zerglings. I keep checking on the Liberator because I keep thinking it's getting in. And yeah, the medivacs have to go back home without many Marines left over. There are a few tanks already prepared. How many tanks do we have right now? We only have these two because we are focusing on the Liberators. At the same... hello, drone. Drone would like to be the army too. The Liberator now is once again diving in. Yeah, getting 2 drones, diving back out. Very nicely done. Let's go. Wait for me, guys. Okay. Yes, this drone is very important, and I'm sure it will do great in battle. 3 tanks with this army. 4 actually, my bad. And there's a bit of open space here. Maybe some good setup. But once again, Chanz has vision on all of this happening, so he's able to prepare accordingly. Looks like Captainfisch just wants to poke a bit at the Zerg, but is not quite committing to the attack quite yet. Instead, getting a 4th base. Focusing on the economy first. Once again, the Chanz is getting infestors. So maybe we can see some nice Vanguard. Although I will say, we don't have that many Marines at the moment because we did lose quite a few. but I mean, it may still work. Very important creep clearing. The new base is now being harassed by the Zerglings, but the base was not set up yet, so it is being denied. But it's not being destroyed because there was nothing there yet. So hello, Gold Minerals drone. What are you doing here? Okay, sorry, I know there is a battle, but what are you doing? At the same time, in the middle of the map, oh, the Terran army actually gets caught out. Caught out? Caught? Trapped? You go, drone! You can do it! You can take down the command center. As the main army of the Zerg is rolling now in, the tanks once again are left on the front and the banelings crash into a lot of them, but now the Marines have no support for them. I mean, the Pangas will destroy them as well, and oh, the drone that almost took down the tank, but not quite. And now the Hydras will just come in to clean up the rest, and yeah, it looks like Chanz, with a really powerful attack here, was able to catch the Terran army, and yeah, looks like the game is his. There are still some Marine reinforcements which will try to hold this, but with so many Hydras coming in, I don't think it's quite enough. The tank will definitely help. The drone! No, the drone dies! Yeah, but we still have a lot of things. Oh, the units even get stuck on the ramp a little bit. No siege tank. Now we have one at the top, but I mean, we still have so many banelings, so many Hydras. The wall is destroyed. Chanz is just rolling straight into the main base of Captainfisch. Oh, the Hydras are a little stuck. But GG is called, and Chanz will be taking the series 2-1 and advancing to the semi-finals. So GG there for Chanz. Very nicely done. I mean, Captainfisch has had a really good game number 1. The game number 2 was very, like, you know, like I feel like over time Chanz kind of figured out what he has to do, and to in order to overpower Captainfisch. But Captainfisch has also, like, I feel like the most interesting part was that, like, even though like the general build was more or less the same, we always had that, you know, CC before starport and so on. We always had that Marine tank push. Like, each game Captainfisch opened slightly differently. We saw Banshees, we saw Reapers, we saw the Liberators. Like, a lot of variety there in the playstyle, so that's definitely something to highlight. But with that, we are done with the first of our quarterfinals, and it's time to start another. And the second quarterfinals that we will be casting, or I will be casting, will be someone we know very well on this channel. We will be casting Yakuzaku versus someone I do not know very well. It is the LegolandMan. Yeah, LegolandMan, I'm pretty sure LegolandMan is a first time player in our tournaments. I have not seen them before. And I wonder how they will do versus the Yaku of the Zaku. As we are now on Crimson Court once again. And in the purple Terran player from Singapore, representing CranKy Ducklings, it is the Yaku of the Zaku. And across the map we have his opponent. It is the blue Protoss player from Israel. It is the new player in our tournament. First time playing, I believe, in our events. And it is LegolandMan. I don't know why, but something in me feels like this name was created by Kerwin. Like he was somewhere an influence to make that name, and I don't know why. Just saying. Anyway, we have a probe moving across the map, I guess just to scout, just to poke a bit at the terrain. No crazy proxies from our players. I mean, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like in the lower ranks, like, okay, let me rephrase that. I feel like in the lower ranks, in like among like tournament players, you know, people who actually like aren't just playing ladder, but like are also competing. I feel like the cheese is not as common. Like you have cannon rushes and the likes, but like I feel like a lot of them just play regular macro games. That's what I've been seeing lately, anyway. In the meantime, a shout out to GG Machine, who has just raided our channel. Welcome. For those who just tuned in, we are currently casting replays from our monthly Diamond and Below tournament. It happened almost 2 weeks ago, but we were not able to cast, so we are catching up on those replays now. We are currently in quarterfinals, and yeah, we'll be going from there. In case you are the rank of Diamond below, or you are 4.7k MMR or below, we will be having another amateur tournament on Saturday. It is Masters 1 Open, and as I said, it is available for players up to 4.7k MMR. So if you are in that range and if you have the required games, then feel free to join. We have a Twilight Council from the Protoss. There is an Adept. That's a very interesting way to move the Adept, to have the Shade on one side and then, you know, have the Adept on the other. Very nicely done. Okay. We did close it out. Did close the door. Even though the Adept seemed really polite, it was like waiting for the Terran to let her in. Oh, but the CV goes down and the Marine too. That's unfortunate for Yaku. I mean, the CC is finished, so it's not like that's gonna be delayed, but that's still quite annoying. And we have a Dark Shrine on the well as well. Let's see on the well. I don't know if the Reaper actually scouted this. Then the Reaper dies too. It's okay, hold on, we need to see. No, the Reaper did not see any of the tech, not even the Twilight Council. Well, that's unfortunate. So it looks like Yaku will be going for a Widow Mind Row. And I mean, this is a pretty nice open base for Widow Mind Drop. There's no defenses here. It's a bit worse here, but it's also can work. We do have some Stalkers, but they are not in the base to protect. And the Warp is going across the map, I assume, for the DTs. Can Yaku spot it? No, he moves out. He may be able to see the Glimmer, but I don't know. I don't know if he was paying attention to that. The Warp is moving in straight into Mineral Line as well, just going in. The DTs in the main base should be dealt with, but not before they do some damage. In fact, one of the DTs escapes, and the other DT has killed the entire Mineral Line in the natural. This is suddenly not looking good for Yaku at all. The DT from the main base is coming back in. We need to waste another scan, but do we have one? I mean, at this point, even if we did, like, I don't know if we have enough marines to deal with this. The Dark Templar in the natural is dealing with the reinforcements too, and now finally the DT in the main will be taken down, but we lose 20 workers and the one in the natural is not dealt with. It is quite disastrous for Yaku. Only 3 DTs are able to do so much damage, and now 3 more are coming in and they don't even care about the marines, they just go straight for the detection. That is painful. Terrans, look away. We have a rain vest now, but the tank is actually dealing damage to the SCVs. Guess that will be the end of the harassment. The mines got 4 workers across the map, so I guess that's a bit of a revenge of Yaku. I don't think he dropped any in the natural base. It went all into the main as he was focused on the DT defense. Yeah, the Raven will now chase away the Warpies, but how many did we lose? We lost 30 SCVs in total. Plus the Marines as well. That is painful. Yeah, not a great start for Yaku, definitely. Quite a painful exchange there, but I mean, maybe he can still climb out of this. I mean, Muse, right? Right? Yeah. So look, the cities, they're being hacked by the Muse. So yeah, look, every time I see Muse now, I cannot unsee horse. And if you know what a horse is in StarCraft, then you're probably watching the same YouTube channel that I do. Anyway, round 2 is coming in. That the Warpriest is still around, coming for another harassment. At the same time, the Adept is coming into the natural, but just for scouting. Maybe causing a bit of distraction soon. Oh, as we're warping in a lot of DTs across the map. 4 Archons, yeah, I was about to say probably 4 Archons. So those will be in the main army of LegolandMan. The Warpriest just, you know, parking over there, waiting for the right moment. Mr. Protoss now has the time to tech up, to build the army, take another base. And yeah, I mean, Terran's economy, I mean, look, it's 70 workers to 21. Granted, I think LegolandMan was oversaturated on some bases for a bit, but even that is a pretty good economy, huh? So no, don't waste the gold minerals. No. All those wasted gold minerals. We have a robotics bay now as well. We have double forge for some upgrades. You know what? Yaku is still trying to rebuild. We do have 3 tanks. We have a Raven. But we do not have a 3rd base, while Protoss is on 4 now. So that is a bit unfortunate. And that warp is still... It's just lurking in the shadows. The shadows of the Crimson Forest. Do you ever have time to like just look at the decorations of the map? I mean, the map makers put a lot of work into this. At least most of them do. Sometimes it's a collaboration effort, and you know, as you're playing the game, you don't always have the time to appreciate that, so you know, it's nice to check out the map every now and then. Oh. As the Adept actually gets caught in this Widow mine, this spotter Widow mine. I don't think that's quite what Yaku intended, but I mean, it's still a nice result. So observer actually sees it. I mean, I say that, but actually in this position, I will. Yeah, it does see the entire entrance to the base. So I guess LegolandMan will know if Yaku moves out on the ground. Meanwhile, we do have Colossus. We have a lot of Stalkers. What upgrades did we finish? That we don't mind, a bit too far forward. We do have charge on the Zealots. We don't have blink though. So that's something to keep in mind. As we don't mind, will be quite annoying as the army moves out, but it's not quite there yet. At the same time, we have Zealots dropped onto the bases of Yaku. And where are the workers? 9 of the workers are going down. At the same time, the main army just moves across the map. The Colossus are disabled by the Raven, but only for so long, and now the full power is out. And the entire Terran army is getting cleaned up. And the first game will be going to LegolandMan. So yeah, Yaku not quite able to you know, get back into the game after all of those losses on the beginning. And the game was in the court of LegolandMan, on Crimson Court nonetheless. And with that, we will be going into game number 2. Welcome to Amphion Alley, where we will be watching the game between our 2 players. In the top left corner, we have the first of them. It is the purple Terran player from CranKy Ducklings from Singapore. It is Yaku. And across the map, we have his opponent, the blue Protoss player. It is LegolandMan. So yeah, we'll see what our players come up with here. For now, nothing too crazy. We have just this probe moving across the map for some scouting and harassment. We have this Rax and a gas. So I guess Reaper expanded is. I'm just appreciating the visuals. As cheeky, LegolandMan actually drops a pylon at the expansion. I mean, it's not that big of a deal for the Terran, but it's still a little bit annoying. It still can mess with you a little bit. Yaku has also sent his SCV across the map to check what's going on. And now the Reaper is on the way. But the path is blocked for him, I believe. Yeah, it cannot accelerate through here. Just barely. Ooh, and this time, I mean, on Amphion it makes a lot of sense. We are going for a Stargate. I mean, after all, we have this shorter distance by air that we can make use of. So Stargate definitely makes sense on this kind of a map. And they're trying to shade in, seeing if anything here can be done. The wall is a wall, so no getting into the main. And we are going for Phoenix. Okay, I expected Oracle on the beginning. I mean, you know, to get some harassment done. After all, the DTs did very well in game number 1, so why not go with an Oracle? But it looks like LegolandMan has a different idea, and Yaku did see... Yeah, he did see the Stargate. I'm not sure if he saw the Phoenix specifically. Also, a quick shout out to Chileno Singaporean for resubscribing for 41 months. 41. That's a big number. Thank you, Chileno Singaporean. Like that's hold on. That is almost 4 years, isn't it? It's not quite. Yeah, but that is a lot of months. So thank you very much, Chileno, for being here for all these years. Yeah, hope you enjoyed the channel. I hope you enjoyed the new emotes, because we got a lot of new emotes recently. Yeah, welcome. Ooh, the Phoenix is actually able to catch the Widowmine drop before it is able to leave the base. Very nicely spotted there for LegolandMan. One of the Widowmines does go down. And he's also alerted to the Widowmine drop coming. While CranKy is now on the way, as is the third base. And with the Phoenixes in the base, like this Widowmine drop shouldn't do much, but it actually takes a very different path. So, we'll see, we'll see. The Phoenixes, though, decide to pick on some Marines, I guess. Not even SCVs, just Marines. Raven is not moving out, and it is in danger. The Phoenixes could snipe it, but they decide not to. At the same time, the Widowmines are dropping now in the natural. We have the most probes here. And we get 6. It looked very close. It almost looked like Yaku will be able to catch this big chunk of probes, but in the end, didn't quite reach them, and the probes themselves deal with the Widowmines. Phoenixes once again on the move. Making sure nothing fishy is going around the base, maybe trying to pick up some units. Yaku is slowly preparing for an attack potentially, getting more marines, getting more tanks, but these Phoenixes are constantly an issue, always picking some SCVs, always picking some marines, and you know, making Yaku's forces that much weaker. One of the Phoenixes does go down though. LegolandMan flying a bit too close to the sun, huh? As they are taking a 5th base. Protoss on 5 bases versus Terran on 2. I mean, look, mules are pretty good, but that is a lot of economical difference. Phoenix is still around, still picking more SCVs. LegolandMan does lose another Phoenix, but still the harassment is probably worth it, honestly. Yaku will be One Punch Man. I mean, probably, yeah, I can see that. You know, there was a time where Yaku would never make more than 45 SCVs. And he is now on 50, so... Sounds about right. Meanwhile, we have this Zealot Phoenix force that is getting ready and may come across the Tyrant. Yeah, they just barely spot each other, the Zealots go straight in. The Phoenixes focus the Raven and will be going down. There is an Immortal hit as well in the mix, but it looks like the ground forces of the Protoss will be getting obliterated. So while the Raven is a nice catch, this was definitely not worth it for Legoland to engage this. There are Zealot reinforcements, but the Zealots alone will not be able to deal with this. The Phoenixes come from behind to help with the medivacs, so at least there will be no healing, but there are still tanks on the ground. We have more Zealots coming in, slowly dealing with the Marine army. Phoenix is picking up Marines one by one. It's not quite what you expect to see, but I mean, it's working. But still, this is so dangerous for LegolandMan. The first Colossus is coming out, and we'll be fighting these Marines now. More Zealots are coming in. The tank is very low, and it goes down. The Widowmine will not help here. And eventually the army is held, but yeah, that was very, very scary for LegolandMan. He had no units prepared, but it looks like the reinforcements were there just in time. And with that, that's very risky for Yaku from there, because you know, that push was supposed to do some damage, maybe take a base, but it didn't really do all that much. Like, sure, he took down the entire army of the Protoss, but the Colossus came out and it's still there. The bases are still there. The mining is still there. Like, the workers were not touched at all. And, you know, Muse will try to see what they can do. Like, they will do their best, but Muse alone might not be able to carry this game. Now the Protoss is moving out. Yaku is getting ready to expand into this third base. I mean, this army of the Protoss is not that big, but the Archons will definitely do a lot, as will do the Colossus. At the same time, we have another Widowmine drop. Ooh, this one has not triggered yet. Ooh. Only 6! What happened? It was targeted in the middle. Blizzard, please. Let's see, a nice little bit of damage there for Yaku. The Medivac will be getting hunted down though, so no more drops here. And yeah, the Protoss army is now ready to poke at this third base of Yaku. There are no defenses here set up yet. Now the army is coming in. There are some window mines, but it's mostly Marines. And ooh, the Phoenixes do go down, which is very painful. The Colossus as well. And so do the Archons. There are still Zealots here though. The Widowmites have already triggered, so only one of them is available. And will be the Chargers the ones that will really take the victory here. I mean, the reinforcements from the Terran are coming in, but those are single units. Same time, the rest of the Zealot is dealing with more and more workers. 27 workers are going down. The reinforcement Colossus is here now and, you know, just dealing with the Widow Mines on its own. Oh, but those will trigger and the Colossus is barely alive. The Marines will chase it down and the Colossus does go down. "38 workers are dead. We didn't have a lot to begin with. And now a lot more are dead. At the same time, LegolandMan takes another base. We have a 6 base Protoss. I mean, given the main doesn't have much resources anymore, but... Wait, I didn't count it right. This is not a base. This looked like a base, but it's not a base. It's only 5 bases. My bad. Why did I think this was a base? Because there are minerals here. God damn it, Kuro. Show us the power of news. I mean, yeah, Yaku will have to do exactly that, as we have a lot of news being dropped here. Meanwhile, there's another wave of Protoss coming in. We have these Chargeless with Archons, we have more Chargeless, we have a Colossus coming in as well. Oh, nice little unborrow there from Yaku, and the Widowmans will target on the army, but they mostly trigger on the Archons, which do not take a lot of damage. And with that, the army of the Terran is destroyed. GG is called. LegolandMan will be taking this 2-0. GG. Yaku really was trying to bring the power of the Muse, but unfortunately, LegolandMan was just too far away. And with all of these expansions, with all of this army, like, it looked like, again, it looked very scary at one point for LegolandMan when he lost his entire army and the reinforcements weren't quite ready yet, but eventually he was able to bite just enough to buy just enough time and was able to bring it back, and will be taking this series 2-0. Which brings us to the third and final quarterfinals match that we have today. As we quickly switch to that. Of course, congratulations to LegolandMan, who is now in semi-finals. But the last quarterfinals that we have to check out will be Kacpeross versus Tricky. I believe Tricky is also a newcomer. And Tricky is also from Australia. A lot of Australian players lately in our tournaments, which is definitely great, because, you know, there was a time when we had a lot of them, then there was a time when it was like, you know, kind of quiet. There was just a lot of people from Europe, and, like, you know, the Asia region has also not been as active, but lately we've been getting a lot of Australian players, which is really, really interesting, really fun. Oh, you have the replays of the fourth quarter. I mean, maybe. Okay, you can try to send them to me or Light, I guess. Anyway, without further ado, let's get into game number 1. Oh, that sure is a color, huh? Well, anyway, welcome to Crimson Court, where in the top right corner we have our red Protoss player from Poland. Representing Team Void, it is Kacpeross. And across the map we have the yellow Protoss player, representing OJKO and Australia, it is Tricky. What? We had a probe boop. Where is Steel Mode? We had a probe boop. I repeat, we had a probe boop. Yeah, it looks like the probe of Kacpeross is just gonna be hiding here for a little bit, checking what is going on. Maybe dropping a tricky pylon here somewhere. But there is nothing suspicious going on so far. So it looks like we will have very regular PvP here. The 2 gate versus 2 gate, both on the high ground. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. I do wonder, because this has been a thing for our what comes out of the gateway game. I do wonder if we will see sentries on both sides, because I has been mentioning that earlier in another broadcast how because of the sentry buff, like lately we've been seeing a lot more sentries coming out first, and we'll see if that's the case, because no, it's not. We have 2 adepts versus 2 stalkers. It looks like these 2 players have not changed their ways into the sentry meta. And also Kacpeross is doing something really cheeky. Not only is it a proxy, it's proxy right here outside of the main base of Tricky. And now this is a tricky situation, because this Stargate will be able to reinforce immediately. And Tricky is getting ready for something that may come from the front. We do have sentries on the way now, but I don't think they will help versus whatever comes out of the Stargate. I do wonder if this is just gonna be like oracles, or if it's something like a Void Ray. What is it, Kacpeross? What is it? And it is an oracle. Okay, so we will be sniping some workers. Ooh, the adepts get into the base as well. Tricky not quite paying attention to that. And 2 adepts can do a lot of damage to this mineral line. The gateway army was there to defend, but 6 probes do go down in total. I think one of them might have been the one across the map. But still, that's quite a lot of damage. The 2 adepts of course do go down, so you know, it's not for free for Kacpeross, but I mean, as we know, Kacpeross is getting ready for something completely different. Kacpeross is waiting for the second oracle, wants to make sure that he can snipe the probes. There is a shield battery though. Important to note, so it does have to be very perfect. All the stalkers are in the natural base, so they will not be able to help. Yeah, the sniping has begun again. The oracles have to be in sync for this to work, and now that all the probes are evacuated and the gateway army is here. One of the oracles does go quite low, but both of them are saved. And we take 6 more probes. These oracles alone take 6 more probes, which is a lot considering there was a shield battery there was some army to defend, but now that the army is in the main base and the oracles are rotating around, the natural is completely naked. A few more probes will be going down, 3 more being sniped by these oracles. And they just move in and move out. So nice control there from Kacpeross. Tricky will have to make sure to leave some units in every base in order for this to not happen again. At the same time, Kacpeross is getting ready for a main army attack. In the meantime, we do have an immortal. One of them already out, the second on the way. We're getting stalkers. Blink is more than halfway done. So there will be a solid army waiting. This time the oracles will be not unable to get any damage done, as there are units prepared, but at the very least they do get attacked. They do keep an eye on what Tricky is up to. And Tricky is not getting any upgrade. Oh, sorry, Tricky did get charge. but doesn't have all that many zealots. It's warping in some now, but that is not a lot. The warp piece will definitely be useful. I assume there will be some harassment with the reinforcements. Good moment for that, as Kacpeross is trying to take a third base, so Cheeky may be able to deny it. Now the Zealots are streaming in, but that also means that the Oracles are not being looked at. And they will be sniping a lot more workers. The entire mineral line is up for grabs. At the same time, Tricky does commit to the attack on the third base and it will be cancelled. Kacpeross was not able to save it, but is getting ready for the defense in the natural. And definitely has the superior army here, although he has to be very careful about these charge loads. But now, with the power of the Immortals, the Stalkers of Tricky are going down. The Sanity will not be able to save them. And the base of Kacpeross is defended. And these few Zealots will not be able to break the line of defense of Kacpeross. The Oracles are just parked in the main base. Everybody kinda forgot about them during that battle. Oh, this is an Artosis pylon. I just realized. Same time, Tricky is warping in some Zealots in the main base of Kacpeross. Actually, I don't even think those were warped in. I think those were the Zealots from area that they just ferried over by the warp reason. But yeah, with just a few Zealots, Tricky is not able to mount a force, and oh, the entire warp piece together with the Zealots gets sniped. So yeah, not great there for Tricky, as he loses that option for harassment there. Bases are once again defended, although the natural does not have any units in it. The Oracles will once again try to move in, but they see the Stalkers. Yeah, the units are being warped in for defense, but that will not be fast enough to stop the Oracles for taking few more probes. And you know, in a mirror matchup especially, like those small differences really hurt, because while it may only be a few probes, like, you know, the opponent has the same tools, so if they have those few probes more, they will be able to do more with them. And now Kacpeross is ready for move out. I mean, Tricky is trying to muster up a defense, getting more Zealots, getting an Archon. But with the army of Kacpeross, I don't know if that will be enough. Yes, the Zealots run into the army of Kacpeross and are being sniped. The Archon is trying to help and is doing quite some damage, but not enough. The Immortals are reigning supreme over the entire army, and GG is called. Kacpeross will be taking game number 1. as I can confirm that I just got the replays for our other quarterfinal. Let me make sure I have them. Okay. But anyway, GG's to Kacpeross as he does take the game number 1. And we are now ready for game number 2. And welcome to Oceanborn, Ellie. As in the bottom right corner we have the first of our players, the red Protoss player from Poland. Representing Team Void, it is Kacpeross. And across the map we have his opponent, the yellow Protoss player from Australia, representing OJKO. It is Tricky. Once again we have a probe moving out. Tricky actually not scouting quite yet, opting for a later scout. The probes do pass each other, there is no boop. And I am curious if Kacpeross once again will try to be cheeky, or if he will play more proper game. I mean, it wasn't like he was cheesy exactly, because like he was still playing a solid macro game. But it was still a cheeky play. Although, that's sad. It looks like Tricky this time is the one hiding his probe. So it looks like we will be having a bit of a revenge coming. So what is it gonna be? Another Stargate? I mean, judging by the position, it does look like one. But we'll see if it will be as successful as the one from Kacpeross. The probes are still fighting in the middle of the map. I mean, Kacpeross, I don't know if he noticed that the probe has moved out. I mean, he did take a different path for scouting, so he must have, he could have not seen the probe from Tricky. So he may not be expecting that something is coming. Does get that pylon block on the natural base though, which definitely is quite annoying. Question is Tricky even interested in expanding right now? Kacpeross does put his own expansion. And I'm still wondering what this proxy is for. And we do have a gateway, and actually just at that moment Kacpeross does come in vision. Notices that something is not quite right. And he finds that proxy. He knows exactly what Tricky is up to. Kacpeross not quite happy with that. Traps the probe inside. And is able to deal with it. The pylon drops, the probe drops a pylon just before going down. To make sure that this doesn't get unpowered, so Tricky is very committed. There will be no natural coming, I don't think. Tricky tries to go up the ramp, but there is an Immortal already out for Kacpeross, and these Stalkers will not be able to overpower it. They are trying to focus it down, and it is already quite low, but with the Stalkers for support, Kacpeross should be able to hold it. Important to keep in mind is that Tricky does have the reinforcement point, and, you know, we'll be getting a lot more Stalkers here, but Kacpeross can do so too, and then the Immortal is about to pop out as well. So that will make the defense that much easier together with the shield battery, with potential overcharge as well. Like Tricky has to put a lot of pressure on Kacpeross if he wants to break this defense. And I mean, Tricky is quite committed, there is no natural across the map. And Kacpeross already is saturating his. Yeah, Tricky is just gathering the forces, getting more Stalkers. It's not producing workers, he's not getting a base. It's just focusing on warping in army. Which, I mean, is a valid strategy because Kacpeross may think that he defended and, you know, just focus on the workers and not have enough, but Kacpeross does have enough. He does have the Immortals. Oh, but actually one of the Stalkers gets sniped. We are a bit too far from the shield batteries. Our army is getting focused. The sentry goes down as well, but we still have the Immortals. And now we have the overcharge. And the Immortals do a lot of damage to these Stalkers. They get instantly replenished. And that is it. GG is called. Kacpeross will be taking the series 2-0. GG. Very nicely done from Kacpeross. Very solid defense. I mean, he didn't like... What do I want to say? Like, he didn't overdo it, you know? Like, Kacpeross was still, like, kinda going with his own build. Like, he was just getting Immortals, you know, getting his Twilight Council. Like, he wasn't, like, too focused on, like, oh my god, I am being proxies, you know? Like he was just doing very solid. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and he just did it. And Tricky was very committed to this attack, but it didn't quite work out for him. But still, was great to see him play, and I hope we can see him next time. Other than that, we have one more match that I got that I need to quickly set up, as I was not quite prepared to cast it. It is a PvT. Oh, okay. We have a team kill on our hands, as our next match is Sykora versus Droptimus. And both of our players are from Berserker Esports, so we are having a team kill here. Without further ado, let us just pop into game number 1. I did see Sykora in the chat. Also, I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, but as the known butcher of names over here, that is what it is now. And we are now on Crimson Court once again, looking at our green Terran player from Berserker. It is Droptimus. And across the map we have our blue Protoss player. Actually, let me see where they're from. Ah, they're from Canada. It is our blue Protoss from Berserker, Sykora. So yeah, I don't think Sykora has played in our tournaments before. I did see that name pop out on brackets, but don't think they quite played. Droptimus, of course, is quite regular in our tournaments. He has been playing them for a while now. It might have been years. And we will see how this will go. Once again, I don't see again, I said it before, I feel like not many players nowadays like really like cheese on in the tournaments. Like I feel like I mostly see that she's like, you know, in ladder environment on the lower ranks, and like when they actually play tournament, like, you know, they want to play a very solid build, so I feel like we see much less cheese in the tournament setting. Also, look, we have a GLHF. The Reaper is now going across the map. Sees the base already on the way. We'll try to harass those probes a little bit. I mean, we don't have any units yet. The Stalker only just now popped out. The probes did try to get the Reaper down, but we're not quite able to. And the Reaper wall is protected, so the Reaper will be going down. I mean, it does kind of go down the cliff eventually, right? Yeah. But yeah, the Reaper is denied there by Sykora. Of course, it was after it has seen the entire base, but I don't think any important tech has been dropped quite yet. I guess the Robo. No, I think the Reaper must have seen the Robo, right? Let's double check. And yeah, if he clicked on it, he did see the Robo, so that will be a bit of a scout for Droptimus. We have Robotics Bay on the way as well. Meanwhile, Droptimus working on Steam. It's very hidden, tucked away on the back of the base. So we'll be working on Marines. Factory is just getting the reactor. We are getting a starport, so there will be no third CC before starport shenanigans. Now that scout from Sykora is coming. At the same time, this SCV is really looking for something, not quite sure what. Just scouting around the bases of Sykora. Oh, are we doing this? We're not mining this wall, are we? That would be funny. Well, anyway, it looks like the SCV will be chilling over here for now. As Sykora is working on his first Colossus, it's about to be done. There's not much gateway support for it though. How many gateways do we have? We only have 3 gateways, so yeah, not a lot of support for this Colossus. At the same time though, what does Droptimus have? We do have 2 medivacs worth of Marines, I guess. Yeah, just waiting to fill up these medivacs, and we will be going for a double drop across the map. Yeah, Sykora has to be careful not to lose that Colossus, because it may get focused down. Of course, those are purely Marines, and I don't think Combat Shield is the reality. Yeah, we only have Steam, so... Oh, hello. Hello, hallucinated Colossus. Well, the Marines are now out, and The Colossus will definitely help with this defense. The second Colossus comes in, the hallucinated one, to try and scare off the Terran army. We have a second real one as well. And yeah, with seeing that army, I don't think Droptimus quite wants to drop over here. And now we have more gateways. Now we're ramping up the production. The third Colossus will be out soon. This double Medivac drop will try to find some damage, but I mean, as long as Sykora pays attention to where it might be popping, it shouldn't do too much. Yeah, there was a bit of an attempt to snipe a Colossus, but with two Colossi hanging about, that did not work out for Droptimus. Quick pickup, so saves some of the Marines, but not a lot of them. Interestingly, Droptimus does decide to build that orbital right next to the wall so he can quickly mine it out. And we'll be expanding up. Which is definitely a choice. We just started working on combat shields, we're getting more barracks, so the bio army will be getting stronger. At the same time, the Protoss is ready to move out. I mean, the shield battery won't be able to help with this attack. When you say shield, but I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Anyway, the Protoss is now almost here. We do have a nice setup of the tanks, but none of them on the high ground. So all of them are tagged here in the natural base. We have a lot of charge lots. We have 3 Colossi, and we have that War Piece which will be going straight into the main base. Oh, you can see on the production tab though that Sykora is very much focused on this attack as nothing else is being produced at the moment. The Zealots do take the attention of the entire army of Droptimus, and the tanks are left alone in the natural. So the main army of the Protoss is able to move in and snipe the tanks. There are some Vikings, but the Colossus are being protected by the Stalkers. One of them does go down. But with a single Viking, it's not quite enough to deal with this Colossus. And GG is called. Sykora will be taking game number 1. So, really nicely done there. I still think the hallucinated Colossus was very cute. I don't know why, but I always find that hilarious. Yeah, nicely done there. Like, Sykora was able to build up the army, was able to deny the drops from Droptimus. I guess his namesake, question mark. And with that, we are ready to go into game number 2. And we are now on Ghost River Alley, where we have the first of our players, the green Terran in the top right. It is representing Berserker, Droptimus. And on the left side of the map we have the opponent, we have the orange Protoss, also representing Berserker. It's Sykora. By the way, I hope you don't mind, but every time I say your name, I change the accent and I can't help it. We'll see what the two of our players come up with this time. So far, nothing too much out of the ordinary. We have the scouting SCV going across the map. Sykora does wall off that Reaper creep. Yeah, we're going for a Reaper expand on this side of the run, or are we? No, I guess we'll be going for a Turex then, huh? Like, I think that might have been what... No, straight for a factory. Okay, so no expansion. It looks like Droptimus may be a bit more aggressive this time. The SCV is also hiding in the natural base of Sykora. So very, very interesting. We'll see what comes out of it. The Reaper is now across the map. We'll be checking out what's going on. There are no units yet out, so once again, the Reaper can harass the mineral line, but won't be able to do too much before the Stalkers are ready. Hey, I mean, true, 2 probes for a Reaper is still nice, but it's not like a game-ending damage there. The natural base is thrown down for the Protoss. Droptimus, of course, sees that with the SCV. But Droptimus himself is still not planning on expanding, going straight for the 1-1-1. That is unusual nowadays. Like, I feel like one-base builds are not as common as they used to be. But it looks like Sykora also wants to be aggressive and is moving out with those 4 Stalkers. Of course, Sykora is not as committed as Droptimus is, but... yeah, both of our players, I guess, deciding for a bit of aggression on Ghost Reaver. The Marines are prepared. And Sykora knows that he cannot really go up this ramp. There is a tank there as well. And Droptimus was getting ready in case there is some blink all-in coming, but none of the sort. And Droptimus is going for a Liberator right after that Medivac. Yeah, we're pulling the boys. Not all of them, just some of the boys. No, I guess just for the repairs for the tanks maybe. Although then it would only take 4. But yeah, some of the boys will be joining the party. The Phoenix just barely does scout this, so Sykora is alerted of, about the move out. There is no shield battery. Instead, Sykora just goes right ahead and goes to face the army. We have one Immortal which will help with these tanks tremendously. The probes are even pulled off the line as well to make sure that the battle is won, and yeah, Sykora is able to deal with this push quite well. A very nice decisive action there from Sykora. He was not waiting. He just went to face the army straight up and was able to take this engagement pretty well. Now Droptimus is expanding, but I mean, now Sykora has an army, has 2 Immortals, has more Stalkers, and will be going for a counter-offensive. Droptimus going for a drop, but the SCVs give out his aggression, give away his aggression. And with this many workers pulled off the line, I mean, Droptimus' economy cannot be in too good of a shape, and this CC will be denied as well. It is cancelled. Droptimus decides to commit to his attack. There are some reinforcements there, but not a lot. But at the same time, the Protoss army is in the main base of the Terran. But yeah, Sykora decides to recall instead, decides to defend his bases. The probes are being pulled from the Liberator, but the drop has also been dealt with by now. So that gives Droptimus a little bit of a time. He is working on that CC on the high ground. But he is definitely behind in this scenario. As again, Sykora didn't really lose anything in the attack. Like, he lost the initiative maybe, but he still has these Immortals, he still has the Stalkers. Not many units were really lost. Actually, how many was lost? Yeah, 7 Stalkers. The 7 Stalkers did go down, but that was basically the losses of Sykora. Now we have a more fortified position from the Terran. We have these tanks on the high ground, on the low ground. It will be that much more difficult to break this. The bunker goes down though. But we have a Liberator to protect the entrance. Sykora needs more reinforcements, needs a bigger, better army to break the Terran fortress, as Droptimus decides to bunker up for now. We're getting more tanks, we're setting them up, we're getting ready to take the third base together with the natural. And yeah, I mean, as much as Droptimus is behind, like, he's not that far behind, because now that he managed to make the position, to get his base fortified, now he has the time to catch up in economy, catch up in technology. And if Sykora gives him that time, like, shouldn't be that worse off. That said, Sykora is working on a third base, so he has that up on his opponent. Also, I just realized both of our players do have trophies from the auto tournaments in StarCraft. We have the orange one, and we have the green one as well. This one is a bit behind the CC, which is not ideal. It's there. But Droptimus is ready to move out. We have the tanks, we have the Liberator. The Liberator gets focused immediately though. But this 1 or 2 Stalkers do go down to it, so not perfect defense there from Sykora. But still, the Liberator threat has been removed. There are still the tanks though. But we have the Guardian Shield, we have a lot of Immortals, and we are moving forward. Sykora is dealing with this army, the tanks are down. Now it's just the Marines. The Immortals are not perfect to deal with the Bio army though. They will be getting recalled, but they are already damaged. Still, taking care of the tanks, considering that Droptimus was behind, is definitely very painful for the Terran and very nice for the Protoss, because it will take time to rebuild those tanks. At the same time, Sykora is working on the Colossus, first of them moving out. About to be ready. We do not have thermal lance just yet. It's not in production at the moment. Meanwhile, the Terran production is ramping up. We're getting more barracks, we're getting more starports, making sure we can have the units for the next wave. And yeah, I guess Sykora will be waiting to get, like, you know, 3 Colossus or something before he makes any more moves, but that doesn't stop him from Just poking at the opponent, you know, getting some phoenixes to scout, some hallucinated phoenixes. Yeah, both of our players are just setting up on their spare bases, and it looks like our situation has calmed down quite a bit. Like we had a bit of a more aggressive start, like, you know, some poking at both sides, but at the end, like neither side lost too much, and both of them were able to recover nicely. Also, I can't help but, like, you know, when you zoom in, like on the buildings, you can clearly see it, obviously. But on the units, like, you cannot really see what the decal is from far away, and I keep saying that all this bio army has Polish flags on it, and I just cannot unsee it. Okay, this is a Polish army apparently. Blizzard, why? Anyway, we have this double medivac drop prepared. Storm is currently on the way for our Protoss. Natural is not dependent, so these Marines will be able to drop in. But the Colossus has just popped out. Just be careful not to lose it though, it does not have any support. And it does go down, in fact. I mean, the drop may be cleared up, but losing that Colossus is definitely painful for Sykora. And losing a lot of mining time as well. The High Templars are chilling, gathering the energy. We have Liberators with Liberator range as well. Okay. I mean, that can definitely help in this army. Because, I mean, this Protoss army is getting quite scary, and with the Storm added to the mix as well. Yeah, this army will pack a punch. On the side of the Terran we have the Bio, we have some Liberators now. Looks like there will be the Siege of Choice, as we don't have that many tanks actually. Yeah, we only have this one tank. We're completely switching to Liberators now as a siege weapon. And yeah, the Liberators will now be sitting on the army, but not before it is being... Oh, the Terran army is being blanketed with storms completely. That Bio army is melting in the lightning, I guess. And not much is left there. Now the Colossus will clean this up, and GG is called. Great engagement from Sykora, and just like that, he will be taking the series 2-0. It was a beautiful engagement from Sykora. He just moves in, blankets the entire army with storms, and yeah, just like that, takes the game, takes the series, and we'll be moving on to the semi-finals. So with that, we are about halfway through our broadcast. We still have 3 matches to go. We have both of our semi-finals and the finals still to be casted. But with that, I will take a chance to, you know, get a quick little break, maybe get something to drink. And you should also consider some snacks. Make sure to hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, and the likes. And right after this short break, we will be back with the semi-finals. As a reminder, this tournament is does have a prize pool, and this tournament is able to be run thanks to Patreon. So if you would like to see more of these tournaments, if you would like to see this tournament continue and potentially get better and bigger in the future, then make sure to check out our Patreon, because these tournaments are funded entirely out of Patreon. Thanks to our patrons, we are able to run these weekly or monthly tournaments, and you know, if there is more support, maybe we can make them greater. So make sure to check it out. And in the meantime, we will be going for the short break. See you soon. Welcome! Welcome back to Sea Duckling Open number 125. This is a monthly Diamond and Below tournament organized by the CranKy Ducklings, and this is a replay cast of an event that happened almost 2 weeks ago. The next amateur tournament that we have in plans is this Saturday, so if you are interested in competing, then make sure to check that out. But for now, we have our series to cast. We are currently in the semi-finals of the tournament, and our first semi-finals. Where is my pronunciation? Did someone find it? Did someone see it? Has it dropped on the floor somewhere? Anyway, we are in the semi-finals, and the first match we have in front of us is Chanz versus LegolandMan. So, well, without further ado, we'll be getting into that. So welcome to Post Youth Alley, as that's our first map, and in the bottom left corner we have our red Zerg player from Australia. It is Chanz. And across the map we have our Protoss opponent. From Israel, it is LegolandMan. And yeah, it is time to get into this series. As a reminder, we have seen Chanz in a CVT before, and there he was going for Link Bay Hydra into Ultras. Meanwhile, LegolandMan was playing versus Yaku, so PVT. And yeah, we'll see how it goes in a different matchup then, as both of our players are facing a different race now. On positive, of course, we have this half gold base as the natural, which is a very unusual thing to encounter. What is that Moopy doing, honestly? Is it like knocking on the door, trying to get in? Nobody's home. Still waiting. Are there any other Moopies around? Now I have to know. Well, I know there's a game going on, but we're hunting down for Moopies, okay? There have to be some, right? Oh, found one. Just chilling. The other one is with the Banshee. Okay, but we are in game. And we're pulling out of the gas completely for our Zerg player, going for Link speed. Meanwhile, the Protoss player does go for a Twilight Council. It's not done quite yet, so we don't know what will be the tech of choice. I want to leave at a Legoland. I have never been in a Legoland. One day maybe. Sorry, I'm totally not distracted. Yes, the Adept tries some harassment. Ooh, the drones actually get pulled with the Adept as well. Guess they were trying to defend the bases, and it looks like LegolandMan is once again going for DTs. He did do that against Yaku as well. It was a different matchup, but it was very successful for him in that game, so you can definitely see why he will be trying that again. Maybe he can catch... See, I was about to say maybe he can catch Chanz off guard, but in the previous match of Chanz we casted, Chanz was super prepared. Like, Chanz always had the spores ready, always had overseers and the likes. And there we see the first spores are being thrown down. And we are actually going for roaches. In the meantime, the War Priest is going across the map, and LegolandMan will see if he can get some harassment done with those DTs. The spores are already done. I mean, the spores is only half of the victory, you know. You also need some units to actually deal with the DTs. And the Queen alone may not be it. The drones are hugging the spore, but there's only so many of them, so in the end the spore is being unprotected. And it will be eventually sniped. The drones are forced to evacuate. As I said, there is no army to deal with these DTs. The first of the roaches does pop out, but he cannot see the enemy. And it looks like this base will be sniped. And the DTs are even getting recalled. One of them is left behind, I guess, to be a bit more annoying for the Zerg, but it does get dealt with. At the same time, Chanz does expand to this forward gold base. As the Moopies are having fun. LegolandMan also had time to set up his own expansion in the meantime. But yeah, that's a really painful loss to lose this natural base with half gold. So definitely a nice work there from LegolandMan. I was just looking at this, like, where is this water going? Like, it kinda just stops. I found another Moopie. Look! There they are. This has become a Moopie hunt. Yeah, now our Protoss army is engaging. We have mostly Stalkers in this army, but there is an Archon as well as some sentries. We have the Warface for reinforcements, and from the side of the Zerg we have mostly Link Roach army. Actually, the Links are about to die out, so it's mostly just Roaches and Queens to support. And with nice force fields, the army is split. The Protoss should be able to deal with this. But one Ravager, so upset about his friends. And it does go down. There are now Link reinforcements, but they struggle a bit to get to the enemy from behind the Roaches. The blink is done as well, so the Stalkers are able to dodge it quite a bit, but in the end a lot of them are going down. But yeah, now chances in counter-offensive. Going forward with the Roaches, there are DTs here, but we have an Overseer, so they shouldn't be too much of a problem. Ooh, but the Overseer does get sniped by the Stalkers. And now the DTs are a problem. The Warpies flies right over the army as Chanz tries to get into the third base of the Protoss. The SimCity is not ideal actually for quick access to the defense points. And the Nexus does go down, together with some of the probes. The main army of the Protoss is here, but it looks like it's not enough. The Warpies definitely helps saving those Archons, and you know, we get some nice juggling there, but the Archons alone will not be able to stop this entire army. The Zealots are now here to reinforce. But it looks like Chanz just barely has enough. There are more Roaches coming as reinforcements as well. First of the Archons is falling down, the second one does as well. LegolandMan doesn't quite catch it, and GG is called. Chanz will be taking game number 1. GG. Nicely done there from Chanz. See, even though Chanz was prepared for the DDs, as I said, they did quite some damage, but in the end, he was able to get his macro going, and you know, the Roaches were just enough, just exactly what he needed. But with that, let's get ready for game number 2. Yeah, Legoland had a good start, but just didn't work out for him in the end. But we are now in game number 2. Definitely what I want to do. There you go. And we are looking at the top left corner of Oceanborn Alley, where we have our blue Protoss player. It is LegolandMan. And across the map we have our red Zerg player. It is from OJKO, Chanz. And my coordination is starting to drop, I don't know why. That was nice. Anyways. What are the two of our players planning this time? We have the first probe moving out. But Chanz does go for a hatch first, so this probe won't be able to block it. Ooh, but actually we have a forge. I did not notice that. We do have a forge. It is a forge with a gateway. So it's not 100% committed. But it is a cannon rush and we have a pylon on the high ground, just like that. As I said, we don't have cheeses all that often nowadays, so it's nice to see a cannon rush, even if it's not the most committed one. And yeah, there was no overlord in the right spot. Now the drones are jumping out for defense, but they can't quite do it. I mean, there are so many reinforcing pylons. Yeah, the natural base just straight up gets cancelled. At the very least, the drones will be able to take down this pylon on the high ground. So the cannon won't be able to reach there, but that also means that Chanz cannot leave the base. And LegolandMan will make sure that this natural base also cannot be taken. The ferret does get taken, but the probe is there, so there's a good chance there will be cannons there as well. Meanwhile, we have a zealot coming to help out, and a second probe as well, so judging by the complete lack of tech whatsoever, I feel like LegolandMan is pretty confident in what is happening. And we'll be trying to continue this cannon rush. Of course, the response to cannon rush from the Zerg typically is getting the roaches, as they should be able to deal with the cannons way more effectively. The third base gets cancelled once the pylon is there. The zealot helping out with that. Ooh, the spine is actually repositioning right as the zealot is coming in. There is a roach and a queen there, so that there shouldn't be too much damage on the drones, but actually two of them already going down. Yeah, two drones going down for the zealot is definitely not ideal, and it was just the wrong moment for Chanz, as that spine was repositioning. But in the good news, the first of the cannons has been taken down. And the spine is now in range of the pylons as well. At the same time, LegolandMan is preparing Stargate Battle actually expanded, and is now proceeding with the build. Probably the most scary thing for Chanz is that one base Zerg is not really a thing. So it will be definitely painful to catch up with a Protoss who already has an expansion. The Zerg will be double expanding to make up for the lost economy. In the meantime, we have a Void Ray. The Void Ray will chase down the overlords which will once again be very annoying for the Zerg. And from here the Zerg is going for Hydras, which, I mean, is a great choice considering we do have the Stargate. Hydras are probably the best you can do in this situation. I mean, Corruptors would be good as well. But the problem with Corruptors is that if there is a tech switch, like, you know, you can't really do too much with them. In the meantime, I mean, Chanz has these roaches and Ravagers, might as well do something with them. And let's see if maybe there is some opening on the side of the Protoss. The Void Ray is actually going across the map with the Overlord hand and will be fighting Queens at the same time. The Roaches try to poke at the wall, but there is a cannon, there are Stalkers as well. And the first carrier is on the way. We have a second Stargate. This is looking dire for Chanz. Like, sure, he has 3 bases, but I mean, those bases are not saturated quite yet. And he needs to start making an army. He doesn't have time to drone. So we will see what is the plan from LegolandMan. Like, will he wait to have a set number of carriers, or will he move out sooner? For now, he's just poking around with that Void Ray, using the fact that there is not much of a standing army right now. Once again, as we mentioned in one of the previous games, these Overlords now have to always stack at home because of the Void Ray, which means that Chanz has this much less vision on the map, which is something that he definitely likes to have. And we're adding Tempest to the mix as well. That will be quite an annoying army to deal with. Of course, like, Tempests are, you know, because of their range, like, it's that much more difficult to deal with them with Hydras. So we'll see how that goes. And now, I think that if Chanz was paying attention, that he might have seen the carriers. And seeing that army decides against the move out, decides to stay at home, get ready, because he will need to be ready. Now, seeing the carriers, he actually does get a Spire as well. Those Corruptors might be needed after all. There's a spotter pylon here, so Chanz won't be able to go around unnoticed. It doesn't really commit to the attack though. Just sharking around. Yeah, both of our players are just building up their armies, getting ready. Chanz expanding to his fort. Waiting for that Spire to be done, as, again, it may be needed. Oh, and this time we actually do go for Lurkers. I mean, Chanz has been seen going Hydras pretty much every game so far. I guess last game I don't think he went for Hydras. But yeah, and not once today have we seen him go to Lurkers, and it looks like this is the time. Against the Skytos, this is where the Lurkers come out. spotter zergling does alert Chanz to when the next base of the Protoss is taken. We have some corruptors on the way now. Lynx are dealing with the spotter pylons. I mean dealing. They're poking at the spotter pylons, causing some chaos around the bases of LegolandMan. Meanwhile, the Protoss is taking all kinds of tech, getting the Templar archives, getting charge. Just, you know, any tech you can get as they are preparing for the great attack. We have how many carriers? We have 6 carriers now. More are still on the way. And I'm starting to get worried for Chanz because, you know, once the ball of the Protoss starts rolling, it's really hard to stop it. And I don't know if just waiting and, you know, getting ready for defense is quite enough. Guess we'll have to find out, but so far neither of the players wants to try attacking. And this is very crucial. LegolandMan actually decides to get an Oracle in the mix as well. And while this Oracle may not seem all that significant, facing lurkers it will be saving him a lot, because I mean he doesn't have observers, does he? Yeah, there's not a single observer on the map because LegolandMan has been focusing on this Stargate production. So this Oracle will be very important to have detection against those lurkers. May get sniped, of course, so LegolandMan will have to take care of it. But it will definitely be a great asset in the coming battle. And now the time is come. The Protoss is moving out. Ooh, but the first lurkers are being spotted. The probes are coming off the line and they are also in the fight, making some space in the supply. The corruptors are trying to get into the army, but there are storms, there are so many carriers. The Archons do go down, and we're starting to snipe the carriers. There is no ground army anymore. These corruptors are all we have. Like, both sides have lost their ground army. There are still some roaches, but they cannot really jump and bite at the ships. The corruptors are going down, and the anti-air was not enough. The lurkers are now going forward, trying to see if they can do some damage in the bases of the Protoss. But they are revealed, and the air army is slowly following. And with that, what do we have left? We have 8 Corruptors, which just popped out, versus 7 carriers, 2 Tempests, and more Void Rays as well. Like, this Protoss army is quite formidable, and we don't have a lot to fight against it. There are a lot of Zerglings, which will be great for runbys, great for dealing with those high Templars if they can get to them. But it's the air army that we have to worry about right now. Of course, protected by the carriers, the Zealots are able to charge in as well and get a lot of damage done. Protoss is now rotating around the map, going for the other fresh base of the Zerg. We have 19 Corruptors now, which is much better. And we are trying to focus the carriers, but there are storms as well. There are Void Rays. The Void Rays are protecting the carriers from behind. And the Zealots are now fighting with the Zerglings. The Corruptors are not quite enough. GG is called, and LegolandMan will be tying up this series 1-1. So by the power of Skytos, LegolandMan will be taking game number 2. That means we are going to game number 3, which will decide which of these two players will be the finalist. Starting Skytos at 2 base. I mean, look. If you're allowed to do it. But we are now in game number 3, fresh new game, on Side Delta LA. And we are looking at the top left corner where we have our red Zerg player. From OJKO, it is Chanz. And across the map we have our blue Protoss player representing himself. It is LegolandMan. Once again, probe coming out early to see what's across the map. This time might be able to delay this expansion actually. And just barely Chanz does get it. But it was very close. And this time, once again we see a probe, but this time, this is a fake. There is no forge across the map. This is just to mess with Chanz's head. And I mean, it does work. The probes are put on the line. But again, this is just to annoy the Zerg, to make them think something that doesn't actually exist. As LegolandMan actually takes a Nexus before Cybercore. The mind games are fully in effect. LegolandMan was able to get into Chanz's head. Now Chanz is able to see that the natural base has been taken, so for the time being there is nothing to worry about. He's free to drone to his heart's content. Does pull out of gas completely. And once again we have a Stargate from LegolandMan. Okay. Okay, hold on. Are we not getting warp gate? No, there it is, okay. Now I was waiting for the resources to get there, but no, we are getting warp gate. So we're not committing that hard. But there is a Stargate on the way. And the first unit out of the Stargate will be an Oracle, so we're just getting some harassment done this time. Again, I assume Chanz will be ready. First of the spores is already on the way. So I don't expect too much damage done by the Oracles unless, you know, Chanz gets distracted. We have third base from the Protoss. Zerg already has the third base established. And the drones are hiding behind the spore. There are queens as well. So in the end, 2 drones do fall down, which is still better than what I assumed. But no crazy damage done from the single Oracle. We are working on a second Oracle, which will be definitely nice to snipe the drones, but I don't assume LegolandMan will be committing to anymore. The Zerglings are here to attempt to deny the third base, but the Oracle is enough to chase them off. And Chanz once again is going for the roaches. Larry is already on the way, as is Roach Warren. You know, across the map we have Charge being researched, +1. We have Templar Archives as well. So this time, definitely going for a ground army. No Skytos in game number 3. Chanz is taking this moment to take the 4th base. We will be on the 4th base economy. Working on the Hydras. The Adepts are still threatening a shade-in. The Oracles are also sharking around. We have the first Archons getting ready. And it looks like Chanz want to get a bit of a linger run by, but I don't know if that will be possible. At least to stop that probe that was about to make a Nexus, which will definitely be nice, and he's getting straight to the mineral line actually. But now the reinforcements have arrived. At least some of the Zerglings will be stopped, and the rest of them are able to escape. The wall does apparently have to be demolished, or maybe that was just a bit of a mistake. And the rest of the links should be now cleaned up. So we have some roaches able to face this small push from the Protoss. At the same time, we have a Zealot run by going across the map as well. This base has been abandoned for now. But now the roaches are coming in. They do snipe the High Templar, which is definitely very nice. And they are focusing down the Zealots. At the same time, the other Zealot run by is currently in the natural base and also dealing with the roaches. Most of the drones have been evacuated, but the Zealots are now coming into the main base as well. It does not look like there will be many drone losses though. Oh, now though, A few more drones falling down, and in total we have lost 8 drones to this attack. Which is definitely not the worst. Like, it's not the best, you know, but... Okay, this is a better review. Yeah, like, lost 8 drones, 4 roaches, for 13 zealots, a high templar, 4 adepts, like... I don't think that was the worst trade for Chanz. And now Chanz is on counter-attack, finding all these Archons in the base of LegolandMan. But this is a big roach army. Even all these zealots are not really all that scary if they are being kited properly. The Ravagers trying to snipe the pylons as well. And the reinforcements are being met by the Archons in the middle of the map. Looks like we're having a little bit of a base trade, I guess. As the Archons are not quite able to face the army head on. Both of our players are currently supply blocked. LegolandMan is... I guess is it because he is losing a lot of workers. So yeah, looks like we have a base here on our hands as LegolandMan is just moving forward, killing off drones with those Archons and Zealots. Meanwhile, the roaches are in the bases of the Protoss. They're going into full base trade mode. Now see, the problem is LegolandMan has been banking a lot of resources, and I mean, he is prepared to go all the distance here. Meanwhile, Chanz can't really make any more buildings that he already has. So he has to protect his land. At the same time though, how many probes do we have? This is important. We have all of those probes in the main base, we have the probes in the natural, but I don't think we have any probes out on the map. And if that is the case, then yeah, the minerals won't really mean much if you cannot really use them. Now the roaches are trying to push in through this small choke, and that is enough. GG is called. Chanz will be taking the series 2-1 and advancing to the finals. GG. So GG, nicely done there, by Chanz. A bit of a base trade to finish this series, and yeah, Chanz is the first of our finalists. And now it's time to find out who will meet them in the finals. As we are getting into the second semi-finals of Sea Duckling Open number 125. And again, it will be starting on post-youth. Yes, I was muted. Anyway, we have a PvP on our hands. Yeah, I was just checking if this wasn't a gas steal by any chance. As that does happen. Yeah, looks like Kacpeross is making sure that Sykora is not doing anything fishy. Oh, it was Chanz! Thank you for the beats, Chanz! And thanks for playing! It's great to see you play in our tournaments as well. Yeah, so far so good. It looks like our players are, you know, just going for the 2 gates. Nothing out of ordinary, nobody expanding fast. So we just see where we go from here. Do have double StarCraft versus double Adept once again. I believe that was the case in the previous PvP that we had as well. And the first choice is this proxy Stargate from Kacpeross. Once again, Kacpeross starting with a proxy. Once again, close to the main base location. I mean, main base, but also technically a natural base, because you know the bases on positive are very unusual. Both of our players are expanding. Kacpeross is keeping an eye on that, so he will be aware that the base is on the way. And now the adepts are here. There is no wall up, so they can just go straight into the main base. But there are 4 stalkers, so they shouldn't be able to get too much done. And just type a probe, which is nice. But yeah, one of the adepts does fall down. Meanwhile, let's see how Kacpeross uses this Stargate. I assume he will get 2 oracles and try to snipe some probes. In the meantime, already getting ready for the ground army. Fire Council is on the way. Meanwhile, Sykora opting for faster immortals, going for the Drobotech. Which again will definitely be useful against the aggression, as we see Kacpeross is going for Blink, so we will be having a lot of stalkers. But first Phoenix Fires, Sykora has to defend from that Oracle. And we have the double Oracle now coming in. This base is completely undefended. No shield battery, no nothing, so a lot of probes will be going down. Now the stalkers are coming in, so no more damage there. But still, Kacpeross was able to snipe a few, and there is no shield battery in the other mineral line either. The Stargate will, I guess, no longer be used for the time being, as we are now focusing on the ground attack instead. Sykora now going for their own Fire Council. Protecting the bases, but now the oracles are not really interested in harassment so much. They're mostly just checking out what's out on the map. second, the Archons may try to dive in, but there are Stalkers here to defend. Still sniping a few probes. Didn't quite get that third one, but 2 probes do go down and we get a revelation as well. Well, Kacpeross is about to be ready to attack. He's amassing the Stalkers. He's keeping an eye on Sykora's army as well, with the Oracles. And even though Immortals are really good in these kind of scenarios, like they can also very easily be sniped when you do have those Blink Stalkers. It is also not an all-in, as Kacpeross is setting up a third base. But Sykora is ready, and we see who can take this engagement. We have some High Templars as well, that are now being morphed into Archons. Sykora keeping an eye on Kacpeross' army with that hallucinated Phoenix. One of the Oracles does go down. Ooh, and going straight into the status field. The Archon is out of commission, the Immortal is being sniped, and now we have so many Blink Stalkers against this army of Sykora. The Archons are still not usable for a while. And the one that's morphing is being focused as well. The other one will be sniped by the Stalkers too. Very nice engagement there for Kacpeross. Now he has to be careful about the Zealots, but I mean, the important units are down, the Immortals are gone, and the next one is only just started, so this is just a Gateway army versus a Gateway army. The probes are being pulled off the line. There's a Force Fist as well, but the reinforcing StarCraft are able to blink straight in. And GG is called. Kacpeross will be taking game number 1. GG, nicely done there from Kacpeross. Very decisive Blink Stalker push. And it does pay off for him on post-youth. And with that, we are going into game number 2. And we are now on Ghost Rivalry, where we see the first of our players in the top left corner. It is the blue Protoss, representing Team Void. It's Kacpeross. And across the map we have his opponent. It is the green... I was like Green Terran. No. No. The green Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Sykora. Once again, Kacpeross sending that early probe to keep an eye on what the opponent is doing. Definitely very consistent about that. Now, Ghost River is definitely a map which encourages the ground aggression, as the distance between the bases is not too big. And we see what our players do go for. Yes, I would not be surprised to see aggression from both sides. But we still have to wait until the cyber cores are ready. What is it gonna be? We have 2 Stalkers from the side of Sykora. And 2 Adepts from the side of Kacpeross. So just the same as last game. That seems to be their go-to. And just the same as last game, Kacpeross once again has a proxy. Although Ghost River is a very weird one to proxy. But once again, it is that Stargate. I assume once again it will be those double oracles. I mean, they generally work for Kacpeross pretty well, so hey, why change it? It's just that, like, I would rather expect it like over here, like on the bottom, but instead it goes for the top. Maybe that's kind of the point, that like you wouldn't expect it here, so of course that's where we put it. In the meantime, we do have those adepts going across the map. The probe is finally sniped. Yeah, the shades are coming in, but they do see that there are Stalkers there to defend. So Kacpeross just pokes a bit, denies one probe, and who actually cancels that? That's very interesting. The Adepts managed to get into the main base, but no workers damage done. I think 1 probe fell there, and the Adepts have been dealt with, but as we know, that's not the main harassment force that Kacpeross is planning for. We still have this oracles. The second one is currently on the way. In the meantime, Kacpeross is getting the rest of his tech ready. The Twilight Council is already there. Meanwhile, once again, Sykora opts for the Robo and working on the Immortals already. Now the Oracles are diving in. There are Stalkers here to defend though. But still, several probes are going down regardless. The Stalkers were not quite able to chase the Oracles into the natural base, or rather into the main base. So they were able to snipe quite a few workers there. Ooh, the transferring ones! Yeah, that looked very juicy, but Kacpeross is not able to catch it in time and uses an Oracle for it as well. Just like in previous game, Kacpeross is going for Blink. So I guess we will see a bit of a repeat in terms of tech. And Sykora should be able to scout that with the hallucinated units. The Oracle of Kacpeross, well, it's no longer used, like it's no longer useful for harassment. It still can rob those revelations, it still can keep an eye on the army, on the count. See what Sykora may be up to. Sykora now getting a Twilight Council of their own. And the move out of Kacpeross is being spotted by another Phoenix. So that's nice little win there for Sykora, but it's not enough to see the push. You also have to defend the push. And what do we have? We do have 3 Immortals and a bunch of Zealots. They don't have charge yet. Or do they actually? No, they don't have charge. Okay, good. The Twilight Council has finished, but the charge has not started. At the same time, Kacpeross is taking a first base, working on a bunch of tech, working on charge, working on Robo. But seeing all those Immortals decides not to push in, not to commit. And we'll be just, you know, getting ahead in other ways. It's a nice little supply wall there for Sykora. So both of our players are just, you know, building up, getting their armies ready. Kacpeross is now working on a robo bay as well. So I guess we may be seeing some disruptors, I would assume. I guess Colossus can work too versus the Zealots, but I feel like disruptors would be better. Kacpeross setting up some spotter pylons to make sure he knows where the army is moving. As this proto Kacpeross is sneaking around in a very interesting spot. Now Sykora is on the move. He is ready. He has the... Ooh, but he gets caught in another studies trap together with the Archon as well, which is quite painful. And we have those disruptors. They are sneaking in. Kacpeross is considering getting some nice shots there. But he has to be careful to not just lose those disruptors as well. As the Zealots are moving in. The disruptors are being focused, one of them is falling down. And now the entire Protoss army, the entire Sykora army is in the base. Kacpeross has to micro this a lot. I mean, the stasis does help, but still, that is a lot of units. Two of the Immortals have been focused down, there are still 3 left. 2 of them are still standing. And there are still Archons around as well. It looks like this time Sykora overpowers this. Another Disruptor joins the fray, but it's not being able to get much. Oh, actually gets an Archon. Well, it gets trapped and destroyed. And we still have so much of the green Protoss. At the same time, there is some harassment being done on the other side of the map. The Zealots are demolishing the main base of Sykora. But Sykora has an army right here, right now. There are still so many Chargers left over, still so many Archons. And Kacpeross is not able to get the defense going. Another Disruptor shot does take down the Stalkers. But the Disruptor is being quickly dealt with. And the probes are moving with the army as well, so Sykora is completely embracing the base trade. And that's enough. GG is called. Sykora will be tying up this series 1-1. A very nice committed push there from Sykora. He's able to break the defense of Kacpeross. Like, I mean, you know, like the transition into Disruptors was nice, but it was not ready, and Stalkers alone are not quite able to cut it, like, without any support, without even, like, charge loads. With that, it is time for game number 3. The game that will decide who will join Chanz in the finals, right? Chanz or Legoland? Hold on. Yeah, Chanz is in the final. Okay, I was not wrong. And we will decide so on Alcyone, the third of our maps. It is in the bottom left corner, the blue Protoss player representing Team Void. It is Kacpeross. And across the map we have our green Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Sykora. Once again, we are in this PvP. And once again, Kacpeross sends this early probe to poke around the map. We will see if you also choose to go for those oracles as in all of the previous games. I also fully expect there to once again see the same openers for both players, where, you know, Sykora goes for double Stalker and Kacpeross goes for double Adept. That's what we've seen so far, and I would expect that this is not gonna change now. And actually, I was mentioning this before, this is a gas steal. Kacpeross did take down this gas away from Sykora. So this is nice little cheeky play over there. I will live and die by this opening, says Sykora. I mean, look, if it works, then why not? And yeah, Kacpeross was again hiding this probe over here, so I assume once again we will be having those oracles. Stargate is now on the way, and yeah, the two stalkers from Sykora are on under construction as well, as are the two adepts from Kacpeross. So same old, nothing has changed. The Zealot is slowly working on the hold on, I will remember. What is it that Protoss have? No, it's not an extractor, it's not a refinery. Assimilator, there you go. Assimilator. I got there, on my own. Somehow. Barely. As we have the natural expansions from both of our players around the same time. The adepts are now on the way across the map. And they are going straight to the main base. I mean, there is no wall or anything to stop them from doing so. But there is an army that they don't quite want to mess with right now. They mostly threaten the Shade to keep Sykora on his toes. But now that the army isn't the natural, yeah, Kacpeross does go for the Shade together with the Oracle as well, and just GG is called straight up, just like that. The Adepts get in, the Oracle get in, and Kacpeross gets into the finals. GG. That was a much quicker game than I expected to see here, and yeah, congratulations to Kacpeross. I mean, Sykora played a great series, but this one game just decided the entire series, and with that, Kacpeross will be moving on to the finals. Crazy game to end this semi-finals on. So with that, we will be getting ready for our finals. But before we do, there's one more thing that we have to take care of. Let me quickly... Okay. Don't worry, I'm just setting up. Okay. So as we are getting ready, for that grand finals game, let's quickly go over to do something else. As a reminder for these tournaments, every tournament that we run in at the CranKy Ducklings, which means the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the Sea Duckling Open, and the Master Swan Open, all three of those tournaments have a $5 random participant prize. What does that mean? That means that if you signed up, if you played one full series, which means like one full best of 3, so you know, you can't just drop out after one game, you have to play one full series. No matter if you lost or you won that series, you are qualified for the random raffle. Now again, the raffle is random, so it's entirely possible that it goes to one of the finalists, and it's entirely possible that it goes to one of the people who only made it to the first round. But as long as you played, you are eligible. And with that, we have 11 eligible participants today. And let me roll who is the winner for this one. So without further ado, I don't have a drum roll, but drum roll, I guess. It is Chanz. Chanz will be the random raffle winner for this month for Sea Duckling Open. So congratulations to Chanz, as he will be going out $5 richer. And yeah, thanks for playing, thanks for participating, and hope you enjoy your $5 more of a prize pool. Again, anybody who signs up and plays their series is eligible for this raffle. So no matter what level you are, like if you are like a gold player that just wants to try and see how far you can go, like you can totally do that, and you have a chance to win a raffle at least, if not the tournament. So hey. But anyway, with the raffle completed, we are now ready to get ready for our finals. Let me quickly prepare that. There you go. And we are ready. As a reminder, the final is a best of 5. So get ready for at least 3 games of this best of 5. Minimum 3 games. And without further ado, it will be Chanz versus Kacpeross, and we will be starting on Amphion. So, shall we? Game, you're ruining my timing. Sometimes I press watch replay and the game takes like half an hour to think about if it really wants to do that. And I'm like, game, I was timing this, okay? I was ending my sentence and I was supposed to go to the loading screen, and you ruin it for me. How dare you? But anyway, we are now on Amphion Elite, and we are looking at the bottom left corner where we have our red Protoss player representing Team Void, and coming from Poland, it is Kacpeross. And across the map at the top we have our Blue Zerg player from Australia, representing OJKO. It is Chanz. So we have a PvZ on our hands now. There's going across the map, but he will not be able to deny this natural base, as we do have a gas strip. actually, Drone decides to fight this probe. A bit brave and a bit dangerous, as drones are not quite as sturdy as probes are. This probe just parking by the larva. That must be quite annoying. Anyway, at the same time, Kacpeross is also expanding, also taking his natural base. He doesn't really have to be afraid about this part of the map for now, as there are no Reapers coming, so yes, he only focuses on walling more or less the main ramp. And we'll see where we go from here. I mean, judging by the previous games, Chanz will probably go for roaches. That seems to be his go-to in ZVP. Kacpeross, meanwhile, I don't think we have seen him in PvZ today. I can't quite remember, but it looks like once again we will be going for a Stargate. The probe was munched on by the Zerglings, but it looks like it does survive. So I just realized this pool is very windy. Some very intense water going on there. As the probe is finally being dealt with. And yeah, we do have an arc on the way. It looks like the first one will be going straight across the map, so it doesn't look like Kacpeross really wants to wait for a second one, will go straight up to see what he can do. But once again, we did talk about this in the previous matches, that Chanz is generally a player who does prepare for this. He does get spores, so I don't think he will be too surprised. There is an Overlord in the dead space as well. That said, the Adept seems to have been able to sneak in, and 3 drones already going down with 2 Adepts. This is really scary, and the Zerglings, even though the Zerglings are right on top of them, they're not able to kill them in time. 5 drones going down is definitely painful, and now the Oracle comes in. Yeah, the Oracle got quite damaged, but in total 9 drones were lost. So quite painful losses for Chanz this early in the game. At the same time, he was able to establish a 3rd base. But so was Kacpeross actually. Kacpeross just starting his 3rd base right now as well. That's, you know, quite early by comparison. That's the Protoss is almost catching up to Zerg in the bases. We have Lair on the way. For Chanz, there's no Roach Warren yet. Oh no, sorry, now it's been dropped. So, as I said, there will be roaches, but at the same time we have this double Oracle now coming in, sniping 3 more drones. And some larva as well, which is always annoying, but Kacpeross does have to pay with 1 Oracle for it. But there is 1 more. So it looks like those 2 Oracles will be lurking about, waiting for their moment. Chanz going for a 4th base, very forward. But I mean, generally that works out well for the Zerg. The Oracle once again trying to dive in. They do catch some transferring drones, but one of them is very low. That nice little micro, like, I don't know if I want to call it a micro trick, but like the Oracle just swirling around a bit was enough to make the queens change the target, and that one Oracle was saved, so nicely done there by Kacpeross. Ducklings sharking around, looking for some damage, maybe catching some stray units. Maybe waiting for the time that Kacpeross does move out. And, you know, as this game is going on, after the hunt we had before, I just like, where are the moopies? I need to know where the moopies are. Where are they? They're nowhere to be found. Do you mean there's a map without moopies? Is that possible? Is that legal? Anyway, the Zerglings are now running into this new base of Kacpeross, but they are met with the Zealots. And the run by does not take much of an effect, unfortunately, for Chanz. At the same time, Kacpeross is working on Colossus. And we have a small force from the Protoss coming in here, doing some damage to the forward base. Oh, the Oracle's actually sniping the Ravagers, definitely a nice use for them. That Oracle that is very low from area is still alive. Ooh, the Zealot run by actually did kill this Hatcher over here. Was it a kill? No, it was a cancel. It was a cancel, so all good, but still the base has been denied. And now Chanz decides that this is the time to move out and the entire Roach army is going forward. Zealots are here to respond. We have Storms as well, but I don't know how much Roaches care about Storms. The Ravagers definitely do though. And this army of the Protoss is not enough. It's mostly High Templars which are out of energy now, and the Archons will not be able to morph in time. The Colossus goes down and Chanz is marching forward. The one Immortal is trying to hold forward together with the Shield Battery, but it is being taken down as well. We have single units from Protoss, we have this Colossus, we have some Oracles, but they're not able to stop the Roaches. The Colossus will be going down, or maybe it won't, because, you know, overcharge. I feel like Chanz is overstaying his welcome maybe a little bit, with that overcharge being currently in effect. We have 2 Colossus now. And yeah, the entire Roach army is being fried. Chanz has stayed there a little bit too long. And he also lost a few drones in the meantime. Oh. Oh, guys. Is this your union mandated break? You know what? You do you. Anyway, we have 3 Colossus now and a Storm. That's not enough to stop a ball of Roaches. As they keep going forward. They keep focusing this Nexus. We have 4 Colossus. 4 Colossus and Storms. Like there are like few Zealots here and there, but it's mostly just Storm Colossus, which is definitely a composition I don't see that often. We have a single Hydra now to reinforce. The Roaches are slowly starting to go down. They have been burned by the lasers for long enough, but they did take 18 probes with them. Meanwhile, we are once again mining, so all good. Oh, guys, you really don't need 8 drones for this. You can do it on your own, drones. You don't need a friend. You know, they're afraid to go into the extractor. It's dark in there. Okay. We have another Nexus for Kacpeross. Chanz is meanwhile rebuilding that hatchery that was sniped by the Zealots earlier. Or forced to cancel, I guess. Can you call it a snipe? Meanwhile, Kacpeross finds a neat little spot to warp in some Zealots. We'll take down the Queen from the main base and maybe even some reinforcements. Oh, the army is not quite spotting the Zealots and only now they are being taken down. But it's after 8 drones have already been killed and the Warper is hiding deep into the corner. My god. 6 Colossus! Like, it's not the number of Colossus, it's just Colossus. Like, now we have an Immortal in there, but like, it's just a Colossus army. And they don't even have Thermal Lance yet. It only is now finishing. The changing immediately spotted. And Chanz now has lurkers. The transition is here. I mean, we'll see how it does because we do have an observer in this army. With all of those Colossus. Oh, but careful, careful. Kacpeross is walking straight into the lurkers. They are focusing the rocks, so not doing that much damage to the army. But now Kacpeross is aware of them. The observer is going forward. Oh, but they're not burrowed. Chanz, burrow them! The storms are going down. One of the lurkers does fall. But one Colossus is very, very low. And it does go down. The observer does park there, so we have good vision on the lurkers, but we also have to be careful about how we approach them, or we can just do that and not approach them at all. Oh, but now a bit of a trap is set. We do put some storm on the lurkers. Both our players are dancing around, trying to find the best position. I mean, those Thermal Lance Colossus are definitely doing a lot of damage to the lurkers. We have the storm as well to deal with them. Now we have Vipers, but oh, they all get feedback. They actually were not able to do anything useful. And now this base is under attack. It will get killed. At the same time, there is a runway in the main base as well, but we have all these lurkers here on the front. But they're not burrowing. They're walking straight into the lasers of the Colossus. They're getting so damaged before they can even get a volley of their own. The Viper once again try to approach, but they get immediately feedback. Oh, this one high Templar. Oh. But yeah, the army gets recalled. At the same time, we have these DTs and Zealots in the main base, slowly dealing a lot of damage to Chanz, and GG has to be called. Kacpeross will be taking game number 1. GG, nicely done there from Kacpeross, even if it's crazy just how many Colossus he made. But clearly that has worked out for him. But very importantly, like, this game could have been over very quickly if not for the fact that Kacpeross had really good vision. He was taking care of his observers. One of them almost died, probably to the storms, honestly, not even the Zerg. But he always made sure that he had the vision when he was going around, and that paid off for him. So he will be taking game number 1. And now, let's get ready for game number 2. And welcome to game number 2, which will be happening on side Delta. As we are looking at the bottom right corner of the map, where we have the red Protoss player representing Team Void, it is Kacpeross. And across the map we have his opponent, it is the blue Zerg player representing OJKO. It is Chanz. I will say I'm very tempted to just pronounce it like a Polish person, which would be like Ojko. Ojko. Yes, representing Ojko. If somebody knows what the actual name of the clan is, let me know, because I have no way of checking. As again, Chanz going for the hatch first, definitely favoring that opening. Was able to get it just fine without the probe blocking it. Across the map, Kacpeross, you know, doing the usual. We'll see if he will be expanding first. I would probably assume he will be expanding before Cybercore. Yep, expansion it is. And we will see what our players will have in store for us this game. Will we once again see those crowds of Colossus? I don't know why, there's something just so funny about making that many Colossus. It's just lasers, you know? Scouting probe is finally being chased away by those Zerglings. And it's taking a nice little vacation on this beach. We have a third base from the Zerg. Once again, Kacpeross going for that Stargate. Is this definitely his favorite opening? He does like these oracles. He likes diving in and sniping workers. The shades are also going across the map, so we have some adept harassment to coordinate with the oracles, potentially. They will be getting spotted by Chanz, so he shouldn't be too surprised by them coming. Nice little position there from the adepts. So the Zerglings will not be able to get to them. At the same time, I mean, they probably won't finish the Shatter off, but still it is quite annoying as you constantly get the notification and, you know, We have to do something about this. The queens will try to do so. And they do chase the adepts away. We're trying to get into the main base, but weren't quite able to do it. There's really no tech yet though to see. You can only really see what is happening in the bases themselves. Meanwhile, Kacpeross is getting his trial council, so this is the time to get his ground army going. One of the oracles has to stay at home as these Zerglings will be harassing the third base. One of the adepts does go down. At the same time, we have more adepts across the map. I think one of the oracles died, no? No, okay. Must have slipped away. So we have the one that was defending, and this is the one that was on the other side of the map just before. I don't think they were able to get any kills though. Actually no, this one has. So it looks like maybe some Zerglings, maybe some drones. Chanz now working on his lair. At the same time, Kacpeross choosing charge first this time. Queens are protecting the bases quite well, so the oracles are not really able to dive in. Just getting some revelations. And once again we have the Robo Bay from Kacpeross. And honestly, at this point I am fully expecting to see a bunch of Colossus because, I mean, it worked for him so well last game, so why not do it again? We have a Voyager going around as well, so that will be helpful for sniping overlords. And considering that generally Chanz likes to go for roaches, like sniping the overlords is definitely painful as roaches do take a lot of supply. Now the Voyager is chasing this Overseer away, so that is the jab that he has, that he will be patrolling around, looking for those overlords. Making sure that Chanz does not have too much vision on the map. Once again, we're working on that Psystorm and the Colossus, so I assume we will be getting something very similar to previous game in terms of tech from Kacpeross. And yeah, the same from Chanz. We are going for lurkers just like previous game. So I guess we will have once again a similar clash of strategies and we'll see which one will emerge victorious this time. Also, this is intense. 3 spines in the mineral line. Chanz is really afraid of runbys right there. Changelings OP? Are they though? Are they? Are they though? I mean... We have yet more bases from both sides really. How many do we have? Zerg is currently on 5 and Protoss is taking their 5th as well. So we have 5 versus 5. More Colossus coming. We have 2 out already. More on the way. Double robo production. Zerglings are being spotted and revealed, so no surprise round by here. There will still be an unsurprise round by. Ooh, the Nexus is getting really low really fast. But in the end, Chanz does not commit to that. We have lurkers now out. The upgrades are being finished. The hive upgrades, so they are fully upgraded lurkers. Just about. And Chanz will try to see if he can get something done. The Zealots are kind of mixing in with the Zerg army, but there is so many charge lots. This storm was not very effective as it did not hit too many lurkers, but it will take down one. And we are morphing in so many more. Oh, they are out in the open. They will be sniped. And with a lot of storms, I mean, to be fair, those storms are not killing the lurkers. One of the Colossus goes down as well, but the problem is those are lurkers, like, alone. They don't really have any support. They have, like, few Hydras in the mix, but there's not much. Also, those Vipers are not really protected too well, as at the same time, Chanz is distracted back at home. The lurkers are trying to get a position to deal some damage, but they are being completely revealed and finished off by this Colossus. At the same time, there's a lot of damage being done across the map by Zealot Rambites, by the Void Rays. There's even more Zealots in this other base. Remember the one that was so fortified? Well, Zealots dealt with all of that. And losing so much of the arm... Oh. Oh no. Okay. Ooh, it wasn't too far off. Ah. Oh, that was scary. Ah, my poor heart. You know, I just pressed the hotkey from the Observer ++ and I remembered that this is a replay that does not have it, so apparently it does weird things when you do that. Ah, I was so scared that I broke it. We have more lurkers on the way, but they're walking straight into the fire. The Viper does get feedback, so it will not be useful for this fight. There's so many High Templars hiding between the legs of those Colossus. More storms are going down. And this Protoss army does not look that big, so gotta keep that in mind. No, it's not 6 Colossus this time, it's only 3. More storms going down, but I mean, Chanz has a nice position here, but he is being revealed. 2 more Colossus join the fight, and slowly but surely the lurkers are being killed off. Another Viper is coming in. It's not high on energy though, and quite low on health too. Looks like the Hydras dealt with the Oracle, but the Oracle is not that important anymore. Not when we have so many observers on the map. We have more Zealot Rambites going across as well. And we still have a standing army. Importantly, a lot of this army is High Templars. More storms are going down this army. There's a lot of Hydras here, but it looks like this is enough to overpower it. Like, the Hydras are still standing after the storms. And again, the Colossus alone will not be able to take this. Like, we have all these observers, but there are no more lurkers here. Now the Dark Templars are joining in as well, and that will definitely be helpful as there are no Overseers. And this army will be able to clean up the Zerg. At the same time, we have more Zealot Runbys back in the bases of Chanz. Pretty much every base is currently under attack, so the army has to be split to save the resources, to save the drones. At the same time, Kacpeross is double expanding as a Protoss. And now the main army, if you can call it that, I mean it's 4 Colossus, are going forward to join the Runbys. And GG's called. Kacpeross will be taking game number 2 and is currently on match point in this best of 5 finals. So yeah, definitely not as dominant as last game with those Colossus at the end, but like this was still very nicely done from Kacpeross. He makes sure to constantly pressure Chanz. He makes sure to constantly send those Zealot Runbys, and you know, even if the main fight may not look as impressive, like back at home, like all those Zealots are dealing damage. Like that's very important for the reinforcements for the next fight and the next fight, you know? And yeah, with that, Kacpeross is on match point, and we are going to game number 3. And we have loaded into Oceanborn, where in the bottom right corner of the map, we have our Red Protoss player representing Team Void. It's Kacpeross. And in the top left corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing OJKO. It is Chanz. Or as I like to call it, Clan Oiko. Oiko. It sounds funny. And ooh, Kacpeross switching things up. We are going for that Forge Fairs, and you know, this probe is always here. You always like his early scouts, but this time it brings a present. This time we have a pylon on the way. I mean, Chanz sees it. The Overlord is right on top of it, and Chanz does not ignore it. That is a really nice position for Kacpeross as well, but can he hit the cannon there actually? Yeah, he can, just barely. Very nicely done. So nicely done there from Kacpeross. He found a really good position there and was able to squeeze in. The drones are working on the pylons though, so I don't know how committed this will be. But I mean, at the very least, there's a lot of mining time lost. And ooh, we have 2 probes. This is a very committed cannon rush now. The third base will probably not be able to go up. The cannon is up though, and it is starting to kill workers. I think 3 or 4 did go down. Which is not the worst, but still very painful so early in the game, and the third base will have to be cancelled as well. I mean, it is kind of natural, but you know. At the same time, Chanz does go across the map. I mean, he was following that probe. I don't know if intentionally he went all the way there, but at least he can see what is happening across the map. He can see that there is nothing more happening in the base of the Protoss, which means that this cannon rush is definitely there to stay. But the drone is just, you know, having a break with his Protoss friends. Look, they always say you know, it's oh wow, I actually don't know what the saying is in English. But basically, like, you know, they won't look for you in the most obvious place, right? So I guess the drone just found a better spot for hiding from the cannons. Nobody's gonna cannon rush him here. See? Smart. Same time, the Lynx are trying to deal with this Zealot, but the Zealot actually does best most of them. This one Lynx remains victorious. And we finally have a natural base from the Zerg. I am now very interested in this drone. It has to leave. Don't kill him, Kacpeross. It just wants to mine with his Protoss friends. It's holding his mineral. He brought it himself as a gift. As we are now progressing, we have an adept on the way across the map. Roaches are going across the map as well, though. Chanz is getting ready for a counterattack. Two adepts are going straight in. There are no defenses here, but they do see the roaches. Quick reaction there from Chanz. He decides to just defend with drones to surround the adepts as he is focusing his army on the front base of the Kacpeross. He's focusing on the wall. The cannon does go down and there are no units. There's no warp gate as it's still being researched. And this single pylon will be going down. It is being focused. The second one is not up yet, and that means absolutely no units for the Kacpeross. And it also means that the drone leaves. There's it, brother. GG is called. Chanz will be taking game number 3. Nicely done. Despite the aggression from Kacpeross, despite the cannon rush, Chanz holds and he is able to put a point on the board. So GG. We are not gonna go 3-0. We do have more games to come. But you have to remember that Kacpeross is still on match point. Like, he still only needs 1 to take this series, while Chanz needs 2 victories. So we will see how it goes as we are going into game number 4. Game is really ruining my timing. I end my sentence as I press the button and then there's nothing. But now welcome to Alcyone, or Alcyone, I guess. You know, different people, different opinions. But we are now in the top right corner, where we are looking at our red Protoss player representing Team Void. And coming from Poland, it is Kacpeross. Meanwhile, across the map we have his opponent. It is from Australia, representing Oiko, or JKO. It is Chanz. This time, no cannon rushes. I feel like, you know, Kacpeross was like, what if I actually did change the build? And it's like, nah, let's just, you know, go back to what is winning games. That's what I expect to happen. Meanwhile, the probe actually did successfully block the natural, so Chanz is forced to take that unnatural natural at the third. Ooh, and once again, Kacpeross is playing that mind game. He is putting that pylon down, hoping for Chanz to react. But Chanz is calling his bluff. He's not reacting whatsoever. He's just going along with his build. And Chanz guesses correctly. So looks like for the time being we will be chilling out a little bit. Both players will be just progressing with the build orders. This time I believe we did get the Cybercore before the Nexus, so we're being a bit more careful because, you know, maybe Kacpeross expected a bit of a revenge from Chanz after the previous game, but none of the sort. Chanz just, you know, going with his macro. Meanwhile, Kacpeross, as we said, as we did see before, Kacpeross coming back to his tried and true build of going Stargate into Oracles. Ah, symmetry. This Chanz is able to take the third base in the natural. We are getting Banelingness this time, so slightly different opening for Chanz actually. I mean, Banelings can be helpful versus Zealots and Adepts, so it is definitely an option. And as we saw in the previous games, I mean, Kacpeross definitely likes to send those Zealot run-bys, so having a few Banelings there may be useful. As Adepts actually have to shade away and even get recalled without getting any damage done across the map. Looks like Chanz is committing to a lot of Zergling. In fact, like this is not just a lot of links for defense. This is a straight up Bane Bust. So in fact, Chanz did decide to go full aggressive. The Oracle does see this. And while it may not be straight up cheese, it is still a very committed build. The Banelings are going in, but the wall is quite solid. They are able to take down the shield battery, but there are a lot of units in the wall itself which are blocking the path. Now the Zerglings are slipping in. They are focusing the units, but there is a shield battery, so it will take them quite a while before they can take down even the Stalker. And with that, the Zergling Garage is slowly dying out. Chanz is still making more Zerglings, but I mean, the wall will be resealed, the units are in position, and we are getting more Stargate units. And Chanz is not letting go. That third base we saw, no drones on it. It's completely empty. It's just for production. I mean, even the second base has 3 drones on it. We don't have much macro going. We're just going straight up for the link rush. And the wall is solid. We have a gateway now in the wall to make sure that it doesn't get broken. I mean, the core looks pretty low, but we have a void right now. And ooh, the links do actually break in. The pylon dies in the process as well. So even the shield batteries are not powered. All these units have to fight now, and they are joined by the probes too. More Zerglings are streaming in, more are still in production, but the ones that did get in are dying. That Cybercore is so low. And now the shield batteries are finally powered. More pylons are on the way. And so are more Zerglings. So are more Banelings. Chanz will not be letting go. Chanz has not made a drone in the past like 4 minutes. There are just more Zerglings, more Banelings. We're just fully sending this. Those Banelings did crash into the gateway, but I don't know if that was the best choice actually, as the Lynx were able to barely slip into the wall, but they are not able to take down this pylon. Now it is being recharged by the shield battery, but that was not. It was just not enough for Chanz, and Kacpeross will be taking game number 4 and the series 3-1. Hold on. There you go. So GG to Kacpeross, congratulations. I mean, Chanz just decided that, you know, with with this really solid play from Kacpeross, it was really hard to break him. So he decided to go for something more aggressive, for something more dedicated. He just fully went for the Link Rush, the Link Bane, the Bane Bust. And it was not enough. The defense of Kacpeross was solid. He held it, he even though a few times it was really risky. I mean, that one time the Lynx got in, they went straight for the mineral line, like the probes had to be pulled off the line to fight the Zerglings. But it was not enough. Like, just barely Kacpeross was able to clean it up, and like the Lynx streaming from across the map were not enough. And with that, Kacpeross is able to take the title. I believe this is not his first Sea Duckling Open title either. Let me quickly check how many he has, because I'm pretty sure he won even more than twice. Where is he? Kacpeross. Yeah, Kacpeross currently has 2 wins. 2 wins and 1 second place. So he has been in the finals 3 times, and this is his 4th one. And his 3rd win, so 3rd Sea Duckling Open won by Kacpeross. Congratulations, very nicely done. He is definitely one of the stronger players of our amateur tournament, so I am looking forward to seeing him go far. Because, you know, the thing is, the important thing about this tournament is that, like, you see these players who are currently in Diamond, you know, and they are pretty good in Diamond as well, but like, you see these players that are currently Diamond, like, you know, those are the players who, like, in a few months maybe able to compete with the higher ranked players. Maybe, you know, maybe even they will like shoot up and go straight for, like, you know, the professional tournaments. We have people like that happening. So it's always interesting to follow like these high caliber amateur players to see how they go, to see them climb that competitive ladder and see where they may end up. I mean, like, a lot of like current semi-pros, like even people like I was bringing like people like Mixu, who, you know, he's a fairly active European semi-pro, I would say. He also started in tournaments like this. He literally played in one of the first Sea Duckling Opens, so one of the first. I think it was like, I don't know, maybe 10th Sea Duckling Open. Also still one of the first, considering it's been over 100. And yeah, and, you know, now he's able to compete there with the best, so we could definitely see more of those players rise up. So keep an eye on people like Kacpeross. And Chanz as well. I mean, Chanz did pretty good in this tournament too. So with that, once again, congratulations to Kacpeross. Congratulations to Chanz as well, because not only was he in the finals, but he also did win that random raffle, so he will be getting a bit of a bonus prize pool on top of his final result. And if you enjoyed what you've seen here, if you enjoyed this tournament, if you also think that it's great to support these amateur players, then make sure to check out our Patreon. I mean, the way all of these tournaments are supported, the way all of these tournaments that we run are funded is through Patreon. So if you have some change to spare, then feel free to check it out. I mean, you don't have to, like, you know, donate $50 a month. Like $1 is enough if you have it. If you don't have it, that's also perfectly fine. Just watching the channel is enough. I mean, you know, the more eyes we have on these tournaments, the better they may be, the better are the chances that they may grow in the future. So even just watching the channel is already helping us a lot. But if you do have some spare change, then feel free to check out our Patreon. You can also, of course, subscribe on Twitch or become a member on YouTube. We also use that money to support our tournaments, although, you know, the money from Patreon is like dedicated to the tournament. So basically the tiers of Patreon are directly tied to our tournaments and to the growth of our tournaments. So if you want to specifically support the tournaments, then make sure to check out the Patreon specifically. Other than that, we are live every day. We are the CranKy Ducklings. We do run our own tournaments. We have 2 amateur tournaments that we run on monthly basis. We also have our weekly open tournament on Sundays. Other than that, we cast several different tournaments for various organizers. Usually, of course, it's Light. Light is on this channel pretty much every day. Meanwhile, I only cast the amateur stuff and mostly work on the stuff behind the scenes. But if you liked what you see, if you enjoy our channel and want to see more, then remember to follow us on our socials. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Mastodon, we have Blue Sky. Most importantly, we have Discord. So if you want to follow what we have been up to, what tournaments are coming, what casts are coming, then make sure to look at the Discord, but because Discord always has all the information about what we are up to, and if there's some more information that you're looking for, you can always ask there and somebody will answer you. As a reminder, for those who may not be aware, we also are streaming on YouTube. Ever since Twitch has allowed us to dual stream on different platforms, we are streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. And both on Twitch and on YouTube, you can instantly see the VODs. As soon as, I would say as soon as they finish, but that's not even true because you can actually watch the VODs as the stream is still going. So as soon as they're available, you can watch the VODs in case you missed any of the series. So that is there for you. As a reminder, on YouTube, you do have to go to the live tab. The videos tab also has our VODs, but they are like, you know, a bit more edited, and they are the ones, they are a bit older, you know, but if you want like the most recent VODs, then go to the live tab and they are right there. Other than that, I have been Kur. If you want to follow me, more of me personally, then make sure to check out Twitch TV/16squadsanseki or YouTube at 16squadsanseki, where I may or may not stream in the future. We will see how things go. And other than that, you will see me on Discord, because that's usually where I am, and that's where usually I announce anything that I may be up to. But that will be all for now. I will see you again on Saturday, I will be casting Masters 1 Open. Meanwhile, you will see Light here tomorrow, as tomorrow is Friday and tomorrow will be World Team League. So, if you want to check that out, then make sure to, make sure to follow, make sure to mark your calendar, because the next stream is coming tomorrow with Light. It's been 10,000 years since last course. I mean, not wrong, probably. Look, I'll figure something out, okay? I'll figure it out. I do want to stream, actually. But I also want to do some work. And by work, I mean like duckling related work. Like I have some stuff to do. And like, you know, it's hard to organize the time. Like there is one specific project that I want to do, and I've been considering doing it on stream. But I don't know if my computer can handle that, you know? Like, it may just be better if I do it off stream for the sake of my computer's health, you know? But we'll see. We'll figure something out. I mean, I may do like a research stream about what I want to do. We'll see. We'll see. I'll figure something out. But anyway, with that, I will be seeing you guys later. Make sure to join tomorrow for Lightscast. Bye!